that he wants us to start looking, just as we're about to get into this year, that we want us to start looking and living the life of an eagle, not just by words or by quotations or by lingo, but really to study the life of an eagle and to start living that life. And we never knew 2020 was going to be like this. It was obvious that God wanted us, as he taught us, that we must soar when the storm comes. We will not be consumed by the storm. We will not be destroyed by the storm. As a matter of fact, the storm, which will come, will lift us higher, just like the eagle goes higher and soar higher. And the vision that we should have the vision of the eagle more than 2020, the vision into the supernatural, into the things that God is doing or God is about to do, and not be moved by what we see with our natural eyes. He told us and taught us a lot of things about the eagle, that the Women's Convention this year also kind of just, again, God taught us through that again. Then as we were entering into the year way before COVID, I remember it was our family enrichment seminar that God reminded me about a family enrichment seminar many years ago that we held, in which again, he referred to, again, this same verse that we see that talks about he's the one that gives power for wealth in the book of Deuteronomy, I believe that is 8:10, that he gives us power for wealth to confirm the covenant, to establish the covenant that he has with his people. And that power for wealth, I remember then sitting down, trying to remember God, what exactly he's talking about, and decided to open some things and kind of motivated us to really focus on finance and financial things during our family enrichment seminar earlier this year, again before COVID. So as COVID came in, again asking God all these questions, it was clear that he was preparing us as a church, not just Grace International Church, the body of Christ, to understand the importance of overcoming storms and building a solid financial base, not for ourselves, but for the kingdom of God. As the months of COVID rolled by, I was checking today and having interacted with a number of pastors. A number of churches have not been able to reopen. Why? Because they are renting spaces that the government shut down. And some of them were not prepared to establish internet connections and things like that to cope with those times. Some, unfortunately, have shut down and they're not even sure whether they're going to open again. This should not be the fortune of the people of God. This should not be what happens to the body of Christ. The body of Christ must be ready at all times to fund the purposes of God, particularly more now than ever before. And it's clear that God is telling everyone about that, to open their eyes to the spiritual things that are happening and to understand that the church had better be ready to be financially strong for the purposes of God to be established in these end times. So that is why we as men in our church decided to at least spend some of our time on the things that we need to know, where we have knowledge deficits, that we need to know to build a solid financial base that will further the things of God. I keep adding further the things of God. This seminar, we should have the right motivation for listening, for attending, for God to prosper it in everything that we do. God told the Israelites in Egypt before they left, he said, go. Some Bible verses says go and borrow, but actually he said, go and make a demand on the Egyptians to give you their gold, their silver, and other expensive things. And yet he told Pharaoh, let my people go so that they can serve me. And as the people left with all this gold and materials, The very first thing that they were going to do to show the whole world that they're people of God was to build the temple in Jerusalem. And the people were asked to give. We share this in church. They gave to the tune of millions and millions and billions of dollars worth of gold so that that church can be built. That is the call upon our lives as children of God, that we build our base to serve God. The Bible says, as Jesus Christ was teaching his disciples to pray, give us this day our daily bread. The daily bread that he gives us, we can make a demand on God to give us this day our daily bread so that we can focus on the things that God wants us to focus on spiritually. A lot of people don't believe about talking about material wealth when it comes to the things of God. In the Old Testament, God makes material wealth a reward, a gift from God. In the New Testament, it makes us to focus more on spiritual wealth. But God wants us to focus really on both. It's just that we should not serve money. Money should serve us. So at the end of today, again, I pray that we will listen to the presenter. We will listen to these things that we're going to be taught with a mindset that we are going to leave a legacy for the kingdom of God and for our children's children. That is the word of God. That is what God wants us to do. We shall not be beggars, and we shall not be beggarly elements. We will build the kingdom independent of the world in Jesus' name. That is what the men's fellowship is all about.
Amen.
And I pray that as many as have joined us today, God will give you the grace and move you in the same direction of putting God first in areas of your finances, and you open your eyes to deeper things of the spiritual. God bless you. Enjoy the day.
Thank you so much, Dad. Thank you very much, Pastor, for that word of encouragement. We are grateful. Thank you again, everyone, for joining. We are about to begin. I will invite Brother James. Please unmute yourself to introduce the our speaker for today. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. And first, I want to welcome everyone to this great seminar, and also want to thank Pastor for blessing us spiritually on in this church, and also organizing this great event. Whereby we're going to impart financial legacy upon every member and people that are watching today. And would like to introduce the guest speaker today, somebody that has been known to me for about 15 years now. I've known him for a while, and he's a great man of God. He has a lot of things, when it comes to spiritual things, he's been blessed, and I'm really impressed with that. Also, he's great investor. I've learned from him in so many ways. When it comes to real estate, whatever I want to do, I always consult him. He's like a consultant. He's my real estate consultant. I've learned so much from him, so many areas. So, and I think he started his career in Bank of America as one of the executives there, and shortly after, he started his own business because he has so much drive and passion for real estate and real estate investment in so many areas. And I think his company is called Texas Place Acquisition. He had some employees, and he's been doing a great things, in so many areas. And I believe we're going to learn a lot from him, because I've really learned so much from him in so many areas. And I believe a lot of us are going to learn a lot. And I want you to really pay attention to that. Okay, and without further ado, I would like to call on Mr. Ayo Faiga. Please welcome Mr. Ayo Faiga. Thank you.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, all right, great. All right. Sorry. First of all, I want to apologize. I was running behind this morning, and so I had to go to the office to get this started. I didn't leave the office until like 12 midnight yesterday, so it's been a very hectic schedule for me. But I'm very happy to be here. I'm trying to get into my conference mode. So I'm very happy to be here, and I love talking about real estate. There are three things I can talk. You can pretty much wake me up in the middle of my sleep, and I can just talk, and I don't have to look at anything. One thing is if you want me to talk about God, religion, we can talk about that. Second thing, if you want to talk about real estate, I can talk about that. Then the third one is politics, but we are not going to talk politics today. So we're going to talk about real estate, and we're going to talk about how that, like Pastor said, how does that fit into kingdom assignment? And when I do conferences and seminars like this, and I try to bring the three in. A lot of people, Bible says that it is, that we are blessed so that we can be a blessing unto others. So the first thing when we want to start talking about money is you got to figure out what is your why. And Pastor talks about, leaving a legacy. Okay. And maybe that's your why. Maybe you want to leave something behind. Bible says that a righteous man leaves an inheritance for his children's children. And when we look at the great men in the Bible that what we got, they never lacked. And so why should we lack? Bible says that God said he is the owner, of the gold and of the silver. A cattle on 1,000 hills belong to him, and we are his children. And I just want that to sink in, because a lot of people, will say, well, we're just here, Bible says that, we should build treasures in heaven and all that. So we don't need treasures here. You'll be on the streets. That's what I tell people. I'm a very practical guy. I'm a realist. You'll be on the streets. I said, you can either make it to heaven poor, you can make it to heaven rich. Either way, I know I'm going to get to heaven, but I choose to get there rich. So, so what I want us to think about is why. Why do you want to do this? Why do you want financial independence? For me, I just don't like taking orders from people. I didn't like the whole corporate setting. I know how to play the game, like Brother James said. And thank you, Brother James, for that wonderful introduction. I used to be at Bank of America. I used to work at the headquarters. I was in the leadership program. I was moving pretty fast. I was in the investment banking division. My background is in engineering and business. I have a certification in project management. And I went to Bank of America. I was supporting their currency trading division. Then I later moved to Houston, where I was supporting their currency, their crude oil derivative traders. And me having an engineering background, especially when you're from Nigeria, it's either you're an engineer or you're a lawyer, or a doctor, or an accountant, anything else, you're not reckoned with, So I got here, I was like, okay, I'll just do engineering, but when I got to Bank of America, I saw a different side of things, and that made me rethink, how money works. And I saw all these guys, coming to work in their Ferraris and in their Lamborghinis and all that. And I know friends of mine that are petroleum engineers that, don't see their families. They go offshore. And yeah, they make money, $150,000 a year. But I see these guys that are trading the crude, making $2 million in bonuses every year. So I started wondering, I think I might be on the wrong equation of things, on the wrong side of the equation. So I went there as an intern. And when I graduated, I got a job with Chevron, and I got a job with Accenture as a consultant. But having seen what I saw on Wall Street, I said, no, I'm going back to Wall Street. I need to figure this thing out. I don't want to go work for Chevron. So I turned it down. A lot of my friends didn't know why. They're like, you're crazy. I said, don't worry. I just, I want to go into finance. So I went to work for Bank of America, and I started really learning about trading and, you know, how money really works. And then after a while, I figured, you know what? I don't want to do the corporate game. I want to, you know, I'm still young. I want to start my own thing. I want to build a legacy. I want to leave a company behind for my children. I know there's going to be a lot of ups and downs, but I'm still young. Even if I crash, I can always start again. Like, time is on my side, and that's what we're going to talk about today. That's what we're going to start with. You know, time. You know, whenever you're talking about investments, time could be your greatest friend, or time could be your enemy. It all just depends. And so that is how I started Texaplex Acquisitions. And I decided, okay, what do I want to trade? And I found out that I want to trade something that I know people will always want. And you know, I did my research, and I found out that, you know, real estate has always been tested over time. It's always been a reliable form of investment, and it's not going anywhere as long as people need a place to live. And so that was one of the reasons why I chose real estate. I like something I can see, I can feel, I can touch, versus, you know, maybe trading commodities or trading stocks. So, but the first thing I want us to do today is we're going to talk about finance. And I know you might say, what has that got to do with real estate? You know, you have to understand that real estate is just a vehicle. And any commodity that you decide that you want to trade or you want to invest in is just a commodity. It's just a vehicle through which you build wealth. But if your financial knowledge is zero, then it doesn't matter what you trade. You will end up losing money. You might even be worse off. It might even be better for you to have left your money in the bank if you don't know how money works. So I'm going to make it a little bit interactive. And I want to ask, how many people here? I think we've got about 35 people here. How many of you know how money works? You can just put in the chat and just say me. If you feel that you know how money works, just say me. Put that in the chats, in the chat room. I think we have that open. Nobody knows how money works. Okay, Mr. Saini Hassan says he knows how money works. Great, great, great. Is that the only person? Okay, all right. Mr. Leko said he's using it. I know, right? Yeah, yeah. We all know how money works when it comes to that. So I'm gonna do a quiz, okay? And if you would give me access, I want to share my screen now so that I can start the slide. Okay. Can you see my screen?
I can see it.
Yes,
I'm sure everyone
we
else
can see. Yes, we can see.
All right, great. So this is the quiz. Let's say your brother comes to you and says, you know, I need to borrow some money from you. Don't worry, I'll give you $100,000 in 10 years. You know, and you currently have an investment. Let's say you're getting, maybe it's from your 401k, maybe it's from your real estate, maybe it's a property, and you're getting 10% return on that money. And you have to go in there and take that 10% and give it to your brother. How much do you need to give him today in order to be able to earn 100,000 10 years from now? So if your brother says, I just need some money from you, and don't worry, I'll give you 100,000. You know, how much should you give him? Should you give him 50,000? Should you give him 70,000? You know, how much would you give him in order to make sure that you are not making a loss 10 years from now? And does anybody know the answer to that? So pretty much what we're talking about is time value of money. So what would the present value of 100,000 10 years from now be today? If you are getting 10% return on an alternative investment. So Mr. Seni says present value, no, the future value is 100. He said he's going to pay you 100,000. Let's say it's just desperate, like I need money right now. Don't worry, I'm doing a business deal, and I know a lot of my people do that. Don't worry, I'll give you 100,000. Don't worry, you know. Shannon said 38,554. Okay, who else?
I agree with Shannon.
You agree with Shannon? Okay. All right. Miss Shannon said I might be wrong, but okay, no problem. We'll find out the answer. So let's just keep that. But yeah, that's just something that I just wanted to throw out there just to get our brain thinking, and you know, so that you can know exactly, you know, why we need to do this before we get into the real estate itself. So let's talk about why do we invest? You know, and I know a lot of people have read Rich Dad Poor Dad, so I decided to use something that I think most people would know about. So we have the Robert Kiyosaki talks about the 4 quadrants, and on the left side of the 4 quadrants, you have employee and you have self-employed. On the right, you have business owner and investor. And if you read the book, and if you haven't read the book, I really highly recommend that you read that book. It talks about when you are an employee, it doesn't matter what you're doing. You could be a lawyer, a doctor, you know, if you're working for somebody and you're getting a paycheck, even if you're self-employed, essentially what you're doing is that you're trading your time for money. So you're trading time for money when you are an employee or you're self-employed. Now, the goal is for us to move from that left side of the quadrant to the right side of the quadrant. Because think about it. If you're trading time for money, if you want to make more money, then it just means that it only makes sense that you got to put more time. And when you put more time in to make more money, then you have less time for other things that might be important. Family, vacation, your marriage, you know, time for the ministry, time to actually fulfill purpose. Because, you know, I believe that, you know, having a job is one thing and pursuing purpose is another thing. And your job is not your purpose. Your job is just a tool to accomplish your purpose. Now, some people do have their purpose tied to their job, but for the most of us, our job is not really our purpose, you know. So, but the way I see it is our job is a means to an end. It's a means for us to be equipped to go fulfill our purpose. So for me, this is a very important part. One of the things I started praying to God early in life was, God, what's my purpose? Why am I here? You know, you could make $1 million and you could still not fulfill purpose. You could be the richest man in the world and you might still not fulfill purpose. And as far as I'm concerned, that is failure. You know, it doesn't matter how much material things you have, how much material wealth you amass. If you have not done what God called you to come and do here on earth, why God placed you here on earth, then God gave you the resources, but how did you use it? Did you use this for his own purpose? So I've always wanted to know, why am I here? Because I know that I'm a steward of God's resources, and we are a steward of God's resources. So when God places resources into our hands, how does he want us to use it? What's the purpose for that resources? Now, what most of us do is we spend a lot of our time on the left side, pursuing the left side, putting more time, go getting more degrees, go getting more certifications so that we can make more money. And we have less time for family. We have less time for the things of God. We have less time for even to serve our community. And then we do that for 65 years until we retire. And then when we retire, we find out that, oh, well, we're not as, well, I'm not there yet, but I've heard from people that are there, that you're not as energetic as when you were 35. And sometimes that is just a difficult thing to then start, pursuing purpose at that age. So for me, that was one of the main reasons why I wanted to move from the left side to the right side. And when you look at the right side, it has business owner and investor. Now, again, what is the difference between being self-employed and being a business owner? After all, if you're self-employed, you own your business. And this is the critical difference between being a self-employed and being a business owner. When you're self-employed, you're the janitor, you are the CEO, you are the CFO, you are everything. You're still trading your time for money. If you are not present in that business does not run. If you're not available, that business stops. Now, if your business can stop functioning without you being there, you're self-employed. Now, when you're a business owner, you leverage other people's time to make money. So now you have employees, you have a CFO, you have a marketing department, you have, a finance department, accounting department, and all that stuff. And now you are leveraging other people's time to make money. So essentially, you could still be vacationing and you're still making money. Income is still coming in. And that's what it means by being a business owner. So being a business owner is good, but you still have to oversee the whole operation. So you're not putting as much time in as if you were self-employed, but you still have to do maybe 10, 15 hours a week just to oversee and make sure things are running efficiently and smoothly and that the business is profitable. Now, on the ideal end, being a business owner is then supposed to lead us to the fourth quadrant, which is an investor. And the difference between a business owner and an investor is that when you get to the investor quadrant of the equation, now your money is making money for you. So now you've made money as a business owner. You've packed that money into an investment vehicle, and you're making money while you're sleeping. You're making money, while you're vacationing. You're making money, and this is where you build a lifestyle. And so where we want to go is ultimately the first quadrant of being an investor. And that's one of the things we're going to be talking about today. What is the best investment vehicle to get us there? So the next slide, we're going to talk about time value of money. Now, the time value of money is an economic principle, pretty much says, what is $1 today worth 10 years from now? Or what is $1 today worth, at a future date? And honestly, every form of investment, it doesn't, whether it's stock, whether it's anything, works based on time value of money. Inflation, interest rates, putting your money in the bank, everything works on the basis of time value of money. And if you don't understand this concept, I can assure you you're losing money. Now, I'm going to use this example. I meet a lot of people and they say, oh yeah, I want to buy an investment property. Oh, where do you want to buy it? I want to buy it in Sugar Land. I want to buy it in this nice area. And I'm thinking, are you paying cash? Like, yeah, I'm paying cash. I'm like, okay, well, if that's what you want to do, you know. And so they buy investment properties, all those nice areas, and and really they think, okay, I'm investing. And so what I ask people that have rental properties is, what is your ROI on your investment on your rentals? Oh yeah, I've got 10 rental properties. I bought each of them for like 200,000. I'm getting $1,000 in rent, so I'm making like $12,000 a month. I mean, a year. And I'm like, okay, to me that doesn't make sense. It doesn't tell me anything. I said, what is your ROI? Because that is the measure of how hard or how profitable your investment is, and they can't tell me. And the fact that I buy properties a lot, obviously I buy properties from landlords that have, they're burned out. I mean, they're sick and tired of it. They're not making money, and now they just want to liquidate. And there are more of those people out there than even the ones that are really satisfied with their investment. So, and the reason is because they don't understand exactly what that is. So, yeah, we are going to talk about ROI. ROI is pretty much return on your investment. That's what it stands for. And later in the slide, we will cover that in details. So it's the basis. Time value of money is the basis for Western finance. Your credit cards, everything, stock cards, they're all based on that, and that's why they charge you interest rates. So it's also the principle on, like I said, on which wealth creation is based. So let's say someone is making $12,000 on a property every year, and they've got 10 properties, but they bought each property for $200,000. So the 10 properties they pay $2 million just to add $120,000 on their $2 million. And let's say you have another guy who is making the same 120,000 on 10 properties, but he only paid 500,000. Now, both of them will say, I have 10 properties. Both of them will say, yes, I'm making $120,000 a year from my rental income. But which one is actually making more money? And that's why the ROI is very important, and most people don't know that. So when we talk about, the guy that's making $120,000 a year on a $500,000 investment is actually building wealth 4 times faster than the guy who's making the same amount of money with an investment of $2 million. So while both of them say they're investors, one of them is actually more savvy. One of them is going to one of them is probably going to retire by the time he's 50, while the other one, will probably won't get to retire until maybe 70, 75. And that's why, for me, I decided to put this into the slide, that before we even talk anything real estate, we want to understand this. And I think this is the basis for what we're about to talk about today. So a very important part of time value of money is compounding, and I'm sure some of us have heard about compound interest, simple interest, compound interest. So compounding is the magic of the world. It's pretty much magical, just the way it works. So compounding is a way to compute future value for present money. So, and discounting is the other way around. So I know a lot of us, we go to the store, say, oh yeah, I want a discount. This is on sale, that is on sale. I want a discount. And that's what most people, consider discount. But compounding is a way that, based on the interest rates, you accumulate wealth. Discounting is the opposite, is the reverse, and you lose wealth through discounting. So we could say that interest rates on credit cards, on loans, they are a form of discounting, depending on what you use those things for. And it could also be compounding, depending on what you use those things for. So discounting is pretty much the present value of future money. So $1,000,000 10 years from now is worth how much today? And that is discounting. So present value, compounding, you grow your wealth. Discounting pretty much reduces the value of your money today. And one of the most important factor in discounting is inflation. And we're going to talk about that later. So opportunity costs. These are concepts that are very important. Opportunity cost is pretty much, what you call what you're foregoing in order for you to pursue an alternative investment. So pretty much in the example of your brother asking you, hey, I need some money, and I'm going to give you $100,000, 10 years from now. Your opportunity cost is pretty much the 10% you're foregoing from your current investment. So if you have to give your brother, if you have to take that money from your 401k, if you have to take that money from your savings account or a fixed deposit account, your opportunity cost is pretty much, that 10% that you're foregoing to loan that money to your brother. So what we want to know is, what is the best use for my money? What is the best use for my money? So it's pretty much, it says here, it's the loss of potential gain from all the alternative investments when one investment is chosen over the other. So let's say you have three investment A, B, and C. If you decide to go with investment B, then you're foregoing investment A and investment C. And that is the opportunity cost. So let's say, for example, investment B is giving you a 5% return, investment A is giving you a 1% return, and investment C is giving you a 10% return. If you go with investment B, giving you 5% return, maybe because it's safer, maybe because it's less risky, maybe because that is what that's what you're comfortable with. You don't have any knowledge or expertise in investment C. So you say, well, I know it's a lower return, but I want to stick with what I know. I want to stick with what I'm comfortable with. And you go with investment B at a yield of 5%, then your opportunity cost is pretty much that investment C, which is an extra 5% return. Okay. So there are different rates. There are different names for opportunity cost. It's the same thing as, discount rates. Some people call it the hurdle rates. Some people call it cost of capital. So when we're talking about cost of capital, pretty much we're talking about opportunity cost. What is this capital costing me to take this money out and put it into this investment? And typically, that's your interest rate, whatever interest you're getting. So now we're going to go back to the question I asked at the beginning. Your brother wants to borrow some money and he's agreed to pay you a lump sum of money, 100,000 in 10 years. You're currently getting 10% interest rate right now, maybe from real estate investment. How much will you give him today, or how much should you give him today to make sure that at least you're still making that 10% return and you're not losing anything? So where I go is I go to fncalculator.com, which is financialcalculator.com. And when you get there, on the top left, you see TMV, which is time value of money calculator. And this is what it looks like. So what we are looking for is he's going to give us 100,000 10 years from now. So we have the future value, we have the annual rates, we have the period, which is going to be 10 years. And then we have, payments. He's not going to be giving us anything every month. So the payments will be zero. And then we want to look at, okay, how much should we give him today? in order to make sure that we're not losing money 10 years from now. And so this is what it is. So this is it right here. Future value is 100,000. Annual interest rate that you're getting right now, which is your opportunity cost, which is what you're foregoing by taking that money out of your current investment and giving it to your brother. In 10 years, compounding annually, zero payments, is not paying you any interest every month or anything like that. It's just going to be a lump sum in 10 years. And let's look at that. When you click on present value, that's 38,554. So Ms. Shannon, you were correct. And yeah, so in order for you to make sure you're not losing money, if you're getting 10% right now, you should be giving your brother 38,500. Now you give him 50,000, you give him 60,000. Reality of it is that you are actually losing money. So that money would be better if it stayed in your current investment at 10% than if you were to loan it to your brother with a promise of 100,000. Now, of course, 100,000 looks big, you know. Yeah, I'm gonna. If I give him 50,000, it's going to give me 100,000. Oh wow, I'm going to make 50,000. But really, is that how you should look at it? You know. So the real question is, I have this money in my bank account right now. I have this money in my Roth IRA or 401k, or it's in gold, or it's in the stock market, and I'm getting 10% return. What would that money be 10 years from now? And then if I give my brother this money and he gives me 100,000, how does that look? What does that look like? And then that's how you know if you're actually making money or if you're losing money. And so let's say you just have that money in your bank accounts and you're getting 1%, okay? And he says, I'm going to give you 100,000 in 10 years. How much should you give him right now? 90,000. So depending on where your money is parked right now, it depends. That depends on that would dictate exactly, you know, how much you should give, how much you should not give. Now, if your money is sitting somewhere under your mattress or somewhere where it's not getting any return, yeah, it's probably better that you give it to him. You know, you're not making any money anyway. So, and that's just that is just like a simple example. You know, it's the same thing as someone bringing you an investment opportunity and says, so I want you to invest in this business. I want you to invest in this investment vehicle, and I'm going to pay you $100,000 10 years from now. I want you to invest in my company or invest in whatever it is that they're trying to get you to invest in. And, you know, what we need is $40,000 and we'll give you $100,000, you know, 10 years from now. And you might say, wow, that's a good return. I'm making 60,000 on my money, but are you really making 60,000 on your money? You've got money at 10% right now, and he's asking you to give him 40, 50,000. So you have to look at the value. What would that 40,000 be worth 10 years from now at the current interest rates that I'm getting? And that is how you make a financially sound decision. You know, for me, being an engineer, all this, I make everything from my business, everything, you know, Mr. TJ, he's seen my business model and everything. Everything has to be based on data. If it's not based on data, I just don't have the security of doing it. I have to see numbers. So, and this is how you know that you're making financially sound decisions, when you can actually put numbers on it. You can figure out how hard or how fast am I making money or am I losing money. So in this case, you should be investing $90,500 just to make 100,000 in 10 years, and that would be breaking even for you. You're actually not making anything. You're actually not making money. It would be better for you to leave your money in the current in your current investment. So this for you is just breaking even. So for this investment to be attractive to you, you have to be able to make, more than 100,000 in 10 years, and that's what it means. So when someone wants to bring an investment to me, and I want to make a non-emotional decision, a financially sound decision, I tell them that, hey, I'm getting 10% right now. Why should I invest in your company, or why should I invest in your opportunity? Why should I invest in this piece of real estate if it's only going to, if it's only going to get me what I'm currently getting? I'm already getting that 10% right now. What you're offering me is a 10% return. So, and that's how you kind of, look at that. So Albert Einstein said, compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. He who understands it is going to earn it, and he who doesn't is going to pay it. And we all pay it all the time, don't we? Especially, credit card debts and, financing, car or auto finance and all the stuff that we finance. We are a debt-driven society. And even though they tell us, yeah, you got to get debts, your credit score, the more debt you have, the higher your credit score is going to be. But yes, it could be, but you have to understand how all those interest rates are affecting your bottom line. So compound interest is always working. Is that law of gravity? It's always there. It's always working. It's just that, are you paying it or are you earning it? That's the only difference, And so you want to earn more of it than actually pay more. We will pay more of it, we've got to finance stuff. We've got to, build wealth, and we're going to talk about that. Part of building wealth is to leverage, other people's money, leverage the bank's money. But we want to leverage that money in such a way that we can actually make more return, not less return on that money. So just a little bit more example, you have 100,000 in the bank savings accounts. You're currently earning an annual interest of 1%. And I even think the banks are giving less than 1% right now. But let's say you're earning a 1%. How much money will you have in 20 years? And trust me, I have a lot of friends of mine that they don't want to invest. They're so risk averse, and they just believe in saving their way to riches. Yeah, we're just going to save. I like opening my bank account. I like seeing that money in my bank account. And so let's say you're a big saver, and that is the way you want to, become financially free. Let's say you're getting 1%. How much will that 100,000 be 20 years from now? And then the other side is, let's say you put that money, that same 100,000 in real estate, and you're able to get 15% yield. Yield is the same thing as return. How much would that 100,000 be? And you can go to our financial calculator, fncalculator.com, and you can participate. But this is what it looks like. At 15%, that 100,000 20 years from now is going to be $1.6 million. And that's just you leaving that money in there. You don't have to do anything. Just leave that money there, and that money just grows. 20 years from now, you will have $1.6 million. And that is the basis on which your 401k, children's savings account, or whatever is the investment accounts, or college funds. That's what they work on. And so now you at least can start doing some of those things yourself. You don't really need a financial planner to figure some of these things out, at least after today, So 100,000 today, earning 15% is going to give you $1.6 million in 20 years. The same 100,000 at 1%, your bank account is only going to make you $22,000 more. So 20 years from now, you leave that money in your bank account, you're only going to make, that money is going to be worth $122,000. So you're only making $22,000 in 20 years. So this brings me to inflation, and we're going to tie everything together, and you're going to understand why investment is pretty much the best bet. I just did a little bit of I did a little search, like what's the inflation rate in the last 10 years, and you can see that inflation rate has always fluctuated. And for me, this is one of the reasons why I'm interested in politics. It's not, people don't want to talk about it, it's fine, but politics affects everything you do. The way the government spends money affects inflation, which affects your investment, which affect the earning power of your money. And whatever rules, whatever regulations are put in place, whatever taxes are imposed, do have real life consequences on us. So between 2010 and 2014, you saw inflation go up as high as 3%, started falling down to 1.7%, and pretty much started falling down. And now we saw inflation go up from 2016, pretty much as being around that 2%. So I took an average of the last 5 years between 2016 and 2020, and the average inflation rate is about 1.9%. Now, here's the deal. Inflation is a form of discounting. Pretty much inflation reduces the earning power of your money. So if let's say you have, so inflation is 1.92%. So let's say you have 100,000 today. In 20 years, let's say you put that money in your bank account, okay? Hold on one second. Let's say you put that money in your bank account. That money is going to be at 1.9% inflation. No, I mean, let's say you put that money somewhere not earning any interest rates. That money is going to be worth $67,000 in 20 years. So let's say you put this cash in, somewhere under your mattress, a place where you're getting close to 0% interest. Then don't forget, you might say, well, yeah, I'm 100,000 today, it's still going to be 100,000 in 20 years. Yes. But because of inflation, which is a form of interest rates, and if you've been watching financial news, they keep saying that taxes, tariff, all these things, inflation, they are a form of interest that you are paying. And you might not be paying it to the government, but you're paying it in the purchasing power of your money. So technically, that 100,000 20 years from now really is going to be able to purchase roughly $68,000 worth of goods today in 20 years from now. So pretty much you've lost, almost 33% of that $100,000. Now, let's say you put that money in your bank account and you're making 1%. Well, yeah, 1.92 minus 1% is 0.92. So you're pretty much only losing, less than 1% in inflation. And so your inflation is going to be 0.92%. So that money, yes, it's going to lose value, but because at least you're getting a 1% interest from your bank account, that's going to reduce the rate at which that money is losing money. So now that 100,000 is going to be worth $83,000 20 years from now. So, and that is how you decide, do I want to leave my money in the bank, or do I want to put it into an investment, or do I just want to, leave it and, wait 0%. And inflation is what I call cost of doing nothing. So if you don't do anything with your money, you just leave it there making close to 0%. Your cost of doing nothing, which is your opportunity cost, is pretty much that money that you're losing. That's $33,000 that you're going to lose over a period of 20 years by not investing. So investing is not just something that only savvy people should do. It's not a recommendation. It's actually a prescription if you want to make sure that you can retire comfortably and you want to make sure that your money is growing. So I just kind of did this in Excel. So for the same $100,000, annual interest rate is 2%, 4%, 6%, 8%. You know, so this is just the kind of chart that I look at. If you're going to put 100%, 100,000 into an investment, you can see that at 15%, that same 100,000 is going to be worth 1.6 million. If you have that money in an investment that's paying 10% yield, that 100,000 is going to be worth 672,000. You know, if you put that money in at 25%, it's going to be worth $8 million. So for me, if I'm trying to make an investment decision, I'm thinking, okay, just looking at this chart alone, I'm looking for the highest return and I'm looking to invest it for a longer period of time. So when people put, okay, even if you're getting 15% return, but then you only want to invest for 2 years, yeah, you'll make $32,000. But if you leave it for 5 years, that's $200,000. So essentially your money doubles, in 5 years. And in 10 years, it's actually quadrupled. So this is just something that you want to play with compounding thing. And really that's kind of what your mortgage is also based on. And I found a lot of people have told me, yeah, a house is the best investment you could have. And I just kind of laugh. And I'm like, well, it depends on how long you live in the house. Because I've done financial analysis where, a house is actually not the best investment you have. It's something that we have been sold just so that, we can buy houses. And the average person right now, when I was at Bank of America, we did foreclosures, right? And we do all this analysis that the average American lives in their house for between 7 to 10 years. So the banks figured out that, okay, you know what, let's just collect that. Let's just put the interest rates at the beginning because we know they're going to sell the house 7 to 10 years anyway. So we're going to collect all our interest at the beginning. So most of your mortgage payment is going towards interest at the beginning of the loan. And so when you decide to sell the house 10 years from now, yes, you might have the appreciation, but the reality of it is, your mortgage balance is still high. So at the end of the day, for, in 10 years, whatever, if you get a mortgage for 4%, this is exactly what the bank is looking at. At 4%, this $100,000 loan, oh yeah, in 10 years, we're going to make $148,000. It's the same thing. You just have to decide what side of the equation do you want to be at? You don't want to be in. So the bank is looking at the same thing you're looking at. And so they have figured out, well, we're going to collect our interest rates, in the first 10 years. So the only time really you're making money on a house is if you live in it for more than 10 years. And that's why you see someone like Warren Buffett. They say, well, Warren Buffett has been living in the same house as, he had since 1978 or something like that. Because savvy investors know that they know exactly how money works. And I'm sorry, this might be boring, some of you, but if you don't understand this, everything else we're going to talk about later is a waste of time. You might as well just log off right now because it's going to be a waste of your time. If you don't know how this works, then it doesn't matter. Everything else you do doesn't matter. You can say I have investment for bragging rights, but I want to know how profitable is your investment? Is it moving you closer to your goal, or is it moving you further from your goal? Some of you just do nothing is even better. You're probably making already 5% right now. You're going to take that money. I will go buy real estate. I'm going to buy that real estate in the nicest part of town. I'm going to overpay for that property. Yeah, because one agent told me that it's going to be double in 10 years. No, it's not going to double in 10 years. So you have to make decisions based on numbers, not based on emotions, not based on what someone is telling you. You've got to be able to see the numbers. So I think I just gave some of you a good nugget there. If you have a mortgage payment, you knowing that the bank, just if you have a mortgage payment of 100,000, let's say you got it for 4%, 10 years from now, the bank is making 48,000 on that 100,000. That's 50% return for the bank. That is good. Whereas you're thinking, yeah, I'm building equity. You're not building equity. You're losing money because when you sell that house, you got to pay 6% in commission, closing costs. You've maintained the house for 10 years. Really, are you making money? You're not. So How can you do this? You can decide, okay, you know what? I'm going to pay twice the mortgage payment. I'm going to try and pay this thing off in 5 years. Now the banks don't like that because the bank knows, okay, if you pay this thing off real quick, they're not making money. So this is how you decide, what you need to do. So I'm going to go to the next slide. The rule of 72. I love this rule. Pretty much the rule of 72 says is pretty much how long is it going to take your money to double? And I like that. We all like our money to double, right? I mean, especially my folks in Nigeria, say, oh yeah, I want, I'm going to give you 100,000. I want 100,000 in 3 months. I'm like, no, not in America. It doesn't work that way, but everybody want to double their money, and the rule of 72 is pretty much how you do it. You can just calculate in your head. If you're making 10% right now, if your money is an investment vehicle where you're making 10%, whether it's your 401k, whether it's your Roth IRA, whether it's whatever it is, Bitcoins, cryptocurrency, if you're making 10%, then your money is going to double in roughly 7 years. That's how long it's going to take that money to double at the current rate. Let's say you have that, let's say you're making 20% return, then that's going to be 72 divided by 20. That's going to be half the time, 3.6, roughly 3.5 years for your money to double. So the higher the return you get, that's why rate of return on investment is very important. Your cash on cash return is very important. You have to be able to put a number on these things, because that's how you can make a good decision, a good financial decision. That's how you can compare one investment to the other investment to another investment. Okay, so that is the rule of 72. So we got some examples here. So let's say now your money is packed in the bank account just because you like to see it. I want to see it. Oh yes, my money is growing. Oh yes, I'm rich. You open it every single morning. That's become your God. And you find that security in that, but it's making you 1%. It's going to take 72 years for that money to double. Plus, we talked about inflation. 72 years from now, that money probably only going to be able to buy maybe 25, 50% of what he can buy today. So at a bare minimum, just knowing that inflation rate is 1.9%, your money has to be making more than 1.9% for you to, for the value of that money to remain the same, for you to even break even. So is putting your money in the bank account really the financially sound decisions? No. And that's why people like Warren Buffett and all these guys, their net worth, they can say, yeah, they're worth 50 million, but they don't have that $50 million in cash. In fact, those guys only have little cash. But they have them in investments, and we're going to talk about liquidity. And if they need cash, they turn that investment into cash, and that's how they spend. But it's one of the dumbest things to have $1 million sit in the bank account. So if you put that money into something that's making you 3%, then that money is going to double in 24 years. We'll talk about, we'll talk about 15%, 20%, 3.6 years. If you, oh man, I don't know where you get this, but if you can get 30% return, boom, that money is going to double in 2.4 years. And when we get into the creative financing, where you can actually increase your ROI, you can see that you can actually double your money in 2 years. And that's the difference between people that are building wealth very fast and people that are, that also say they're investing, but they're not building wealth. Okay. So even when time is not let's say, time is not on your side, you feel that time is not on your side, then what you want to be looking at is where can I make more return, where I can double my money in less the time, because you know what, I didn't start investing early. If you are younger, then yeah, you can do the 10% because you have time. But if time is not on your side, then you want to look at the safest investment that can earn you the highest return. The opposite is true, and that's why we talk about inflation. So let's say our government keeps spending like there is no tomorrow, the way they want to keep spending. And if you're not into politics, you should, because like I said, it affects everything you do. They keep spending, and when they spend, what happens is that money is going out. They're pumping money into the economy. So now you're going to have so much money chasing fewer goods. And that's what it means by inflation. Now you got so much money out there, and you have too much money chasing, too few goods. And at the end of the day, inflation begins to go up. So because that money doesn't have value, whatever is in short supply gains more value. If the thing is way readily available, if the supply is so high, then the price is going to fall. So that's where the value of the dollar falls. And when the value of the dollar falls, the purchasing power of the dollar weakens, and that's inflation. So when we hear about all this spending that people want to do, just know that it's going to affect you, it's going to affect your children and children's children. And the only way you can override that is continually look at what the inflation rate is and continually make adjustments in your investments so that you can beat that inflation. And that's how to stay ahead. So if inflation rate is 3%, then your money, instead of doubling, if you park it somewhere where it's not making anything close to 0%, your money is going to lose half its value in 24 years. So if you have $100,000 in the bank right now, and your bank is giving you 0.0 whatever, for me that's zero. In 24 years from now, that money is going to be worth only $50,000. So the same thing if inflation goes up to 5%. And this is why they say for Venezuela and all that, where inflation rate is like 30%, one loaf of bread is like, I don't know, $1,000 or something crazy, ridiculous like that. So in 14 years, your money is going to lose half its value. So let's talk about return on net worth. Like I said, this is really what you need to know. The investment strategies, this will help you when we get to the investment side. Because if you don't know how to compare investments, if you have 3 properties, 3 different prices, 3 different price points, 3 different, rental values, how do you decide which one to pick? You can't just say, well, yeah, it's the neighborhood, there are a lot of professionals here, okay, all right, fine, no, those are subjective. I want to see numbers. If you can't show me numbers, for all you care, you're just shooting blind. You're flying blind, and you might be lucky, but that's speculation, and we don't speculate. Investing is not speculation. At least we could reduce the speculation. So let's say we have 2 people here. I call one John, the other one is Jane, and they both have 500,000 in different investments. So John has 300,000 in equity in his home because they've told us that your house is your best investment. Okay, yeah, go buy a house. Mutual funds, he's got 100,000 at 4%. So he's doing well there. Then he's got bank CDs, certificate of deposits. Yeah, John is pretty much playing it safe, 2% because he's risk averse. He doesn't want to lose his money. And then he's got 50,000 in his checking account, making 1%. So from mutual funds, he's making $4,000 a year. From the bank CD, he's making $1,000 a year. And from his checking account, he's only making $500 a year. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take the average of this return over this 4 different vehicles. So you have the 0, 4, 2, and 1. And when you take the average, you add everything up, you take the average, pretty much his average is 1%. That he's getting. So while you might look at some, individual investment vehicle, and you might say, well, he's making 4% here. On the average, he's making 1%. But let's look at Jane. Jane has less equity in her home. She's got 60,000 equity in her home, but she's got real estate assets. She's got rental properties. So Jane is not living the life. She's not living in the choicest neighborhoods, where she's living in $1 million house or $400,000 house. But she went easy on the house. But most of her money, she has decided to put into rentals. And so she's got 390,000 in real estate. She's got she does have a bank CD, because Jane knows that she's still young. There's no reason to play it safe. And then she's got the same amount, 50,000 in the checking account because she's got to pay bills, emergency funds, and things like that. So you can see that most of Jane's income is coming from real estate. So she's making about $58,000 a year. And, pretty much she's making roughly about 12%. So she's making about $59,000, right, every year. So you've got two people, the same amount of money, they get into different results just based on where they've decided to allocate their funds. So let's look at the time value of money. So both of them, this is John. So John has 500,000. So let's say if John keeps that investment the way it is, 20 years from now, what would John have? John will have $610,000. So John would have only made $110,000 more in 20 years. But look at Jane. If Jane left that money in real estate and she can keep up with that average return of 12%, Jane will be making $4.8 million 20 years from now. Two investors who say they're investing the same amount of money, but one is going to be way considerably richer 20 years from now than the other one. So you see why this is like the most important thing you want to know before you even say you want to start investing. If you don't already know this, this is the foundation. The Bible says that if the foundation is weak, what can the righteous do? Not just the righteous. If your financial foundation is weak, what can we all do? So, So now that takes us to investment, and so why real estate? So now you've known that, okay, wow, I got to make my money work for me. I got to get good returns. Now okay, it's all about, the real estate, the Bitcoin, all these other things. Intrinsically, they have no value. They're just a vehicle for you to double your money, triple your money, quadruple your money. So at the end of the day, it's about the return on your investment. It's not about the bragging rights. So now you have different forms of investment vehicles. You have cryptocurrencies, you have the stock market, you have, whatever it is, mutual funds, CDs, whatever, everything else out there. But why real estate? Because that's why we're here today. Why have we chosen real estate, or why do I think you should choose real estate? And I know some of our men, we've seen this is the same material we went over some time ago, but I know we didn't have enough time, so I decided to cover that again. So why real estate? Real estate has created more millionaires than any other investment vehicle. I mean, when I first got to America 17 years ago, I was still thinking about how am I going to go to school and all that stuff, and I was looking for ways to make money because I wasn't finding a job early enough. And I was up late at night and I saw this real estate investment seminar that they were advertising. And they said, 90% of all millionaires in America made their money through real estate. I'm like, huh? Really? Okay, then that's what I want to do, because I know I want to become a millionaire. And if you're telling me this is how those people made it, that's all I just need to know. Just give me the numbers, 90%. Okay, this is where I need to go. So from there, I started investing in real estate. Now, did I invest in an asset at that time? No, I invested in education. I've invested in education for the last 17 years. I started buying courses. I started learning about strategies. I started learning about time value of money. I started learning about all this stuff. I remember my first paycheck was $20. And I was like, what am I going to do? This is my first paycheck in America. It must count. So I was working for Kroger then, and I just went to the book section of Kroger, and I'm like, what can my $20 buy? That would make sense. And I saw this book called Financial, I can't remember what it's called, but it's Financial something by Susie Orman. I know some of you know Susie Orman. She's a financial advisor. And so I call it Financial Bible. And I'm like, well, in America, I want to know how money works. And I bought that book. So that was what my first paycheck went into. And that book changed my life. It changed the way I see money, or even till now. And every time I would get a paycheck, I would buy a course. I would buy some course. I would, I might not be able to afford the whole 500, 800. I would make a payment plan, and every time I got a paycheck, I would pay, $30 or $40 on the course. And I started learning, and by the time I, throughout my college years, I was still learning. By the time I graduated, I was like, okay, fine, I'm ready. So yeah, even though I left corporate America very early, but I didn't start learning about real estate then. I was just waiting for a job, something to give me my initial capital so that I can start investing in real estate. But I'd done the education. As I was learning to be an engineer, I was learning to be a real estate investor. So it's hard to compress everything about real estate, 17 years of learning into a 4-hour seminar, right? But I made a lot of money in real estate. I love real estate. It is my passion. I've made a lot of money. I've lost a lot of money, but I'm still hanging in there. I've lost everything I owned. And I built it again in real estate because I made a lot of money in real estate. And then I said, you know what? I want to start a second. I want multiple streams of income. I want to start an oil and gas company. So I pursued oil and gas. And then, of course, oil and gas crashed. And I put all the money from real estate into oil and gas, and I lost all that money. But at the end of the day, real estate was always there for me to fall back on. If you know this thing, you don't have to worry about how you're going to ever pay bills in America. Because all I just did was, okay, fine, I don't have any money again. Boom, okay. I just went on the MLS, started looking at all the properties that were listed by agents, and I just started making offers to agents. And after I made 100 offers, they accepted one. And the one made me $10,000. And I remember I didn't even have the NS deposit. I didn't even have the option, $50 option fee. I had to go drive Uber to raise the $50 to put down for the option fee. And within the 7 days option fee, I found somebody who was going to buy it, and I made $10,000. See, that's how you can create money from nothing in real estate. So, this is something I've lived through. I've lived through the upside. I've lived through the downside. And, it's just something that you can always fall back on, regardless of what you do. Second reason is over a 20-year period, real estate always outperforms the stock market. So the stock market is very volatile. Today you make money, tomorrow you lose money and all that. The same thing with real estate as well. But over a long period of time, real estate always outperforms the stock market. Now, the third reason is it's safe and secure. Like I said, I like something I can see, something I can feel, something I can touch. And because it's something I can feel and something I can touch, I can go there, I can, then I can use it as a collateral for borrowing money. It's an asset. Maybe there are programs out there right now, but to the best of my knowledge, I don't think you can borrow money against your stocks or against your 401k. And that's another reason why I like real estate. So you can leverage that assets to get more money. The third one, the other one here is, it's insurable. You can insure that property. What's the worst case? I was talking to a friend of mine, another investor friend of mine last week, and we were thinking about how to expand into the East Coast. And so I was having this quick call, and he was like, bro, I got this, I got this property right now. And he was so calm. And he said, as I'm speaking to you right now, one of my apartment complexes is on fire. And I'm like, really? It's on fire? Seriously? Like, what are you going to do? Okay, well, let me let you go. We're going to talk about this later. And he said, no, bro, don't worry about it. He's a Hispanic guy. Oh, bro, don't worry about it, man. It's like, what am I going to do? I'm not the fire guy. I got insurance on it. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to call my insurance, and they're going to pay me what it's worth. So don't worry about it. I'm going to sleep well tonight. See, and that's a guy that has a 5-plex that's on fire. and the guy is still able to sleep well at night. Why? Because it's insurable. The other one is you can purchase at a discount. Now, you can purchase stocks at a discount. You can buy shares at a discount. Yes, you can buy shares if it loses value. If the value of the stock falls, let's say from $100, it falls to $70 a share, yes, you can, but that's not a discount. You're still always buying at present value. But you can buy a piece of real estate that's worth $100,000 today for $70,000. So you're making money right while you're going inside. And if you then improve that property by doing some renovations, you could actually, add value to that property, what we call forced appreciation, and add more value to the property. When you buy shares, you are absolutely helpless. You are at the mercy of the owners of the company and the management of the company. There's nothing you can do to add value to that, shares that you have. Again, we're talking about we can leverage other people's money and power financing, which means we can always borrow against the asset. So why real estate? The simple form is it's an ideal investment. You can get income from it, cash flow. D, depreciation. E, you can build equity with it. A, you can get appreciation. And L, you can leverage. So when anybody says why real estate, just say, hey, it's ideal. Income, depreciation, equity, appreciation, and leverage. So everything we talked about in the last slide, we can pretty much just sum it up into ideal. It's the ideal investment based on those reasons. So when I tell people that I do real estate, they automatically will say, oh, you're an agent. Yeah, I'm looking to buy a house. I've been looking to buy a property. Can you help me find a house? I'm like, no, I am not an agent. And that's where most real estate people are, they're on the agent side. So how can you get into real estate? Different ways to get into real estate. We can't even possibly talk about everything, but these are like the most common ones. You can decide, okay, I want to get my real estate license. I want to open my own brokerage firm. And so you get a real estate license, and essentially what you're doing is you're matching home sellers to prospective buyers. You're buying people who want to sell their house to people who want to buy, and you're making a commission on the sale. So essentially you're a salesperson. You can decide, you want to do something long-term. You want to be a landlord. You can buy properties, long-term buy and hold, buy properties, rent it out, and find the tenants and collect that monthly rent, monthly income. Typically, what I see is people go through the bank route and they put 20% down. Because the bank does want you to have skin in the game. They want to have equity, so that they have to dump the property. And because bank knows that it's an investment, and bank knows that with every form of investment there is a risk. There's a risk that your tenants might not be able to pay the rent, which essentially then means you won't be able to pay them the mortgage. And so and you might then not be able to, if you have 3 properties that are not performing, not producing income, then they know you might not be able to cover those mortgages from your personal income. So the bank wants to be able to foreclose and take the house back. And so that's why essentially they require 20% down, because that allows them to be able to unload the property if they need to sell it fast. So everything has a reason, and that is the reason. And once you know the reason, then you know how to make that work for you. The other one is, rehab and flipping. And we all watch all those shows, rehab shows on HGTV, and, people buying a property for $100,000 and they put $70,000 in it and they sell it for $500,000 and they make $200,000. In reality, that's not what happens. But, those are reality shows. So they got to make us believe. The other one is wholesaling, and wholesaling is just, instead of flipping a particular asset, you buying the assets and selling the asset. What you're doing with wholesaling is that you are actually flipping a contract, you're flipping papers. So you find property owner that's in distress, you negotiate a below market price, and that way you create a form of a discount there by negotiating the below market price, and you go find another investor, someone who wants to maybe buy it and rehab it, an active investor. We call that the active investing. Or you want to get someone who wants to hold it long term, which we call passive investing. And you say, hey, I got this piece of contract. The terms are really good. It's going to make you a lot of money, a boatload of money. But in order for me to step out and let you take my place, you got to pay me $5,000. You got to pay me $10,000. You got to pay me $100,000. It just depends on how good the deal is that you have negotiated. And the guy says, wow, I'm going to make a lot of money. No problem. Yeah, sure. I don't have a problem, paying you your $10,000, $20,000, so you are actually, essentially, you're meeting a demand. There are people who have like their 9-to-5 jobs. They love their job. They love what they're doing. And they don't have the time to go source for good deals and all that. So you are actually doing them a service by bringing them these deals that they can then invest to reach their own whatever goal they have. So and that is one of the easiest ways to get into real estate investing, because it pretty much requires little to nothing down. So when you hear people say, oh, you can buy real estate with little to no money down, invest in real estate, essentially they're talking about wholesaling and rehabbing and flipping. So the brokerage side, we're going to compare different strategies, which essentially, think about it that we're comparing different investments. So you're probably thinking, okay, which one do I want to do now? Do I want to be an agent? Do I want to be a passive investor? Do I want to be an active investor? And if I'm going to be an active investor, do I want to rehab and flip, or do I want to be a wholesaler? I've pretty much done a lot of it. I haven't really done much of rentals. I have my personal reasons for that. But I've done the rest, and I've decided to lean more on wholesaling. I've done new construction, I've done rehabs, flips, and all that. So for the brokerage, you find a seller that wants to sell a house. You find a listing for $300,000. The seller is going to pay the agent 6%. Which is $18,000. The buyer and the seller, the buyer's agents and the seller's agent will split that 6%. So the buyer's agent is going to get 3%. The seller's agent is going to get 3%. So if you are representing the seller, then you get 3%. If you end up bringing the buyer, then you get the whole 6%. But most of the time, somebody else will have to bring you a buyer. So you have to split that 6% with the seller's agent. Anyway, here you make $9,000. And sometimes, especially with Keller Williams and some of this, brokerage, the agent still pays their broker, anywhere between 15 to 30% of their commission. So out of that $9,000 to $2,700 going towards your broker. And so the net commission to the agents is about $6,300. And then you just go rinse and repeat, go find somebody else or go find another person that wants to sell a house. But if you do 2 transactions a month, that is $12,600 a month. And so annually, you could easily make 6 figures, being a real estate agent. So it is good money if you know what you're doing and you're able to, sell 2 properties or, get 2 properties sold every month. Rentals, I call it making money while you sleep. It's also known as long-term buy and hold. It's also referred to as BRRR, which is pretty much buy, rehab, and rinse, repeat, and all that. But essentially, this is where you build a lifestyle, and eventually, this is where everybody ends. This is where your money begins to make money for you. This is where you become a passive investor. And even, let's say, God forbid, you are not able to walk, you have your money already working for you and you're getting cash flow. So you find a distressed property, you find funding sources. Either you get, traditional funding, which is from the bank, where you put 20% down, the bank will loan you the remaining 80%. You can buy the property subject to, we're going to cover that, which is subject to the existing financing. And then you can do seller financing. You can ask the seller to finance the transaction. So essentially they can act like the bank. And all the strategies, again, they work not just in real estate. I mean, if you're buying businesses, I know friends of mine that are buying businesses. You find somebody who wants to sell a car wash. It's the same thing. You can say, hey, you know what, you want to sell a car wash? Why are you selling your car wash? I'm too old. I can't really manage it. Okay, fine. I mean, is the car wash, pretty much free and clear? Yeah, we own it free and clear. Okay, well, why don't you finance it for me for, 10 years, and I'll pay you X amount of money every single month. And you will be the bank. And after 10 years, I would, pay you a lump sum of money. And so now you take control of that car wash, without actually having to go to the bank. So pretty much, the seller can finance anything as well. So when we're thinking about how do we get money to buy real estate, we have to think outside the box, outside the main, traditional ways of financing deals. Now you have private lending sources, right? Private lending sources could be church members, could be family members, friends, even other business owners that, like we said, some people do not like rentals. Rentals do have their own challenges as well. So some people just don't want to deal with tenants and, call at 2 a.m. in the morning that the, sewer line just broke. So they don't want to have to deal with that. So they say, you know what, I will give you $100,000, to do whatever you want to do, but I want 10%. So there are private lending sources out there, and which I think we talked about time value of money. So you might say, you know what, I want to invest in real estate, but I don't want to actually own real estate. I don't want the responsibilities of, managing real estate. So I'm just going to invest in a real estate company. And that's essentially what REITs do, real estate investment trusts. That's exactly what they do. I'm going to give you this money, just give me 10%. But because the time value of money, exactly, what to ask. Why you're asking 10% is because you've already done your future money. You know that, your future value, that 10% for 200,000, 100,000, exactly what's going to bring you in 10 years. So that's why we went through all that first, so that exactly, okay, what sources make sense. If you're looking at 3 different REITs, real estate investment trusts, and one is offering 6%, the other one's offering 7%, the other one is offering 5%. Yeah, normally that 7% is more than 5%. So yeah, but you are able to analyze to see exactly what does that 7% mean. But let's say the guy that's offering 7% is only saying I'm offering 7% for 5 years. The other one says, okay, I'm doing 5%, but for 10 years. And you can then, use your financial calculator to see what that looks like in terms of real money. So you fund the transaction, then you go to the next phase where we are renovating the property. So now we're renovating the property. We want to make it rent ready. We want to rehab it. The nicer the property looks, the more rent you're gonna be able to get or charge for the property. Then the next thing is to find tenants, and once you find tenants, you refinance, you rinse, and you go do it all over again. So rentals, the short form of it is BRRR, which is buy, rehab, rent, refinance, repeat. Buy, rehab, rent, refinance, and repeat. So that's how it's it's an easy way for you to remember the process. So we talked about some of the strategies, subject to, so we're going to define them here. So subject to is a way of purchasing real estate where an investor takes title to the property, but the existing loans stay in the name of the seller. And so pretty much the deed is transferring. You are actually buying the property from the seller, but you're not paying off the loan at closing. So you keep the loan in place, you take over the deed, and you start making the mortgage payments. So essentially, the seller is owner financing the deal to you. Now you say, how are they owner financing the deal? After all, they don't own the property free and clear. Yeah, they don't, but you have to understand there are two forms of currencies. There's the hard cash and there is the credit. So they have credit that allows them to get that financing, and that financing is in their name. And if they are in turn allowing you to take over that financing, so they are still financing the deal for you, even though they are using the bank's money. So that's a form of seller financing as well. Then you have owner finance. Owner finance typically just means that, it's the same thing, but in this case, you're not really, the difference between both of them is usually owner finance deals. The properties are owned free and clear. There are no mortgages on the property. So the seller has pretty much 100% equity in the property. So instead of cashing their equity out, they are deciding to leave the money in that piece of real estate, and they are financing that deal. So in short, it's the same thing as they cashing out and giving you the 100,000 for you to buy their house. So they are actually loaning you the money to buy their house. Now in exchange for, interest rates. And again, when you know time value of money, then if you are in a situation where you want to owner finance, and we're going to do that later, when you're in a position where you want to owner finance to somebody else, to an end buyer, how do you know what interest rate to charge? How do you know how to create a positive cash flow? You got to play around with interest rates, and so yeah, the seller finances the deal to you. You take over the deed, and it's like they being the bank. Another one is a lease option. The lease option is is an agreement between you and the seller that, okay, I'm going to lease this property from you for 2 years with the right to buy with an option to buy the property 2 years from now at this price. Or I'm going to lease option this property from you for 5 years. I'm going to lease it from you for 5 years with an option for me to buy it, after 5 years at this pre-agreed price. And so the time period is specified, the price is also specified at the beginning. So, and what that means is you could list that property from the seller for $500 a month, but then you can then go ahead and find a renter who's going to pay you $800 a month, and then you can make that $300, and you have zero of your money in that property. So you have to understand that it's not necessarily even about owning, it's about your return on investment. If I can control more properties with the least amount of money from my pocket, that's all I care about. At the end of the day, I'm not taking that property to heaven. So I want to control as many assets as possible and get cash flow. So, so we have a master lease option, and a lot of times master lease options are pretty much for multifamily. So let's say, for example, you have a 10-unit, 10-door apartment complex, and let's say each one is renting. Let's say you say, you know what, Mr. Seller, instead of you, I know you don't want to manage this property. It's a hassle for you to manage the property. I'll take over the management of this apartment. I know there are 10 doors that we need to lease and all that. You don't have to worry about marketing. You don't have to lease the property. You don't have to worry about maintenance. I'll take care of all that. But I will list this whole apartment from you. It's same thing with the lease option. I will list this whole apartment from you. So instead of getting 10 different paychecks, 10 different rents checks every single month, and you have to run after 10 people to collect the check, you will only have to deal with me. So, but I will give you $5,000 every month. I will lease this whole apartment from you for $5,000 every month. And boom, I'll take care of all the maintenance and all that. It's like, whoa, I like that deal. That's a great deal. Yeah, I don't want to, whatever. But Then you in turn, you go do the marketing because you're good at marketing, you're good at, all this other stuff, management. You know that you could rent each unit for $900. So you're giving them $5,000 for 10 years, which essentially is $500 a door. But you know that if you put the proper things in place, you can rent each door for $900. So essentially, you get the property to 100% occupancy where you're making $9,000. So now you're giving him, the owner, $5,000, and you are making $9,000, and you're making that spread of $4,000 a month. So that's why it's called master lease. Pretty much you write the seller one single check for all the units, and then you then go out, lease out each individual unit yourself, and create cash flow in each unit, and that's what it. So yeah, that's pretty much used on and you could do it. I mean, especially if you're in a college town. I know when I was in college, I knew some people, some of my friends, parents that did that. They would buy a 4-bedroom, even though we call that a sublease, but it's the same thing. You can lease out each room for like $500 or $400 to each student, and even though you might be paying the landlord maybe $1,000, but now you're making $1,600 and you're making $600 extra. So that's a master lease. So so now we're going to compare different forms of financing. So you want to buy a property. Should you pay cash for this property, or should you go to the bank, or should you get private financing? So, this is where we begin to use our knowledge of interest rates, time value of money, and things like that to make, return on investment, to make, informed decision. So we're going to do the cash option. So let's say you buy a property for $300,000, your closing cost and points, and of course these are all round numbers, okay, just for example purposes, illustration purposes. So let's say you have a property you buy for $300,000, your closing cost and points are like $6,000. Your total investment is about $306,000. That's total cash out of pocket. And let's say you're able to rent the property out for $2,500 a month. That means that brings your annual revenue to about $30,000. And so of course, you're going to have expenses, and this is where a lot of landlords lose money. And even when I'm buying properties from landlords, you can get $2,500 in rent. You're making this money, $30,000 a year. It's a good deal. I'm like, okay. How about the maintenance? How about all the other things I have to pay for? How about vacancy? How about all these other things that I have to account for? And so people think they're making $30,000 a month, but a year, but they're not making $30,000 a year. So you've got to factor your expenses, which is pretty much your operating costs. And so you have, maintenance, you have taxes and insurance, you have vacancies. So that is about $9,600. By the time you add all that up. So essentially, your net profit after expenses, which is your net operating income, is $20,400. And this is how you know this is how you measure how profitable this transaction is. So you are writing a check for $306,000 just to make $20,400 a year. So essentially, your return on investment (ROI), which will be 6.6%, which your ROI is pretty much your net income. Just to simplify, is your net income divided by your total out of pocket, the total cost of the investment, and that is how you figure it out. So this is 6.6%. So now, let's say this $300,000 was in your 401k where you're making 10%, and because your friend told you this is a great neighborhood, you can get rent, blah blah blah, and an agent is trying to sell it to you. At the end of the day, this is what you want to look at. I don't care every other thing else that they're talking about. If this ROI is not 10% or more, then why should you take your money out? See, that 10% is the opportunity cost. You are foregoing earning 10% just so that you can make 6.6%, that doesn't make sense. Now, of course, you might have some other reasons why you might want to do that. You know, maybe you want maybe it's in a college town and your child is going to be living in there and all that stuff, you know. I mean, so, but as an investment, pure investment, it doesn't make sense. That's not a wise investment. So that's why that measure of investment is very important. So the other thing you might say, you know what, I don't want to put the whole $300,000 down, you know, I'm going to finance, let me go to the bank. And so for the same $300,000, you go to a bank, the bank now says, well, you put 20% down. And when you put 20% down, that is 60,000. And that is why for me, I said in America, debt is good, depending on how you look at it, depending on what you're doing with it. You know, remember, you're either earning it or you are paying it, but one way or the other, you know, compounding is working. So you put 60 down, and then the bank will finance 240. So you still have your closing cost and points, which is 12%. I mean, $12,000. Your total investment will be 60,000 plus the 12,000, which is about 72,000. The reason why this is a little bit high is because, you know, the bank is going to charge you points, original points, and stuff like that. So now you have $72,000 out of pocket, but you still have what? You still have like 200 and, you know, 18,000 or 20 something thousand dollars left. So for me, I always tell people, especially when I have people coming from different places, I want to buy a house cash, I want to buy, you know, an investment property cash. I'm like, that doesn't make sense because I've done the numbers. Why would you put all your money into one property just because, I don't want to have a mortgage? I don't want to. No, you don't. I mean, this is an investment. The mortgage is good. So you can potentially take that $300,000, the same money, go buy 4 different properties. Leverage that $300,000 to buy 3, 4, 5 different properties. And your return on investment is going to be way higher than the 6.6% that you would have been making by paying all cash. So now the maintenance is still the same. It doesn't matter how you're financing it. Well, it's a little bit higher because, you know, your PI, now you have PITI. So now you got to pay mortgage and insurance. So it's a little bit higher. So your maintenance cost is going to be a little bit higher, you know, so which means your revenue is going to be a little bit lower. So now your net profit after you subtract all your expenses is $6,500. But what is your total out-of-pocket investment? It's only $72,000. So when you look at it, your return on investment here is 9%. So even though you might say, but, you know, the other one, I was making 20,400. I mean, that is good, right? And that's what people look at. But the reality of it is you are having to pay $300,000 just to make $20,000. But here you're only paying $72,000. You're only investing. That's the word. You're only investing $72,000 to make $6,500. So even though the cash flow is a little bit smaller, your return on investment is higher. So it's at 9%. Now, of course, if you're still getting 10%, it still doesn't make sense. But let's say you were only getting 5% in your Roth IRA or your 401k. So if you're getting 5%, and most of the people that invest with me in projects are people that they take the money out of their 401k because we show them this and say, hey, you know, you're making 5%, it doesn't make sense. I can give you 12% on this project, right? And by the time we start talking about how do you raise money, some of you that want to do active investing, by the time we start talking about how do you raise private capital, this is how you raise private capital. There are people that, you know, they just have that money there, making 1%, making 6%, making 5%. Say, hey, you know, if I can show you how you can double your return on investment, would that be of interest to you? Would you want to listen? And they say, yeah, of course, I want to listen. And then you give them a presentation, and this is exactly what we're telling them. So for your personal investment, this is good. And when you want to start raising private capital from other people as well, this is good. You'll be surprised at how many people have like $1 million in their bank account making less than 1%. So, and this is what the rich knows, and they keep getting richer. And while everybody's like bad-mouthing the rich and the rich and the rich, I'm like, no, I never bad-mouth the rich. I'm like, they know something we don't know. And so instead of like wasting our energy trying to like bad-mouth them, maybe we should go learn what they know and implement it. Instead of talking about how, because of what we look like, we can't do something in America. Maybe we need to go get some knowledge on how we can make America work for us. So, and this is how we do it. So now we're going to look at private financing. So now let's say the same $300,000 property, okay? We go to a homeowner now. So now we're getting to creative financing. We're getting to the seller finance and things like that. So now the same $300,000 property, we are able to purchase it for $180,000 because we got a great deal. It needs a little bit of work, So now we're getting this $300,000 property for $180,000. We put $40,000 into the renovation, Now we have a private financing. So let's say it's your private someone, maybe it's a friend, a church member, family, whatever it is, loaning you that money. It could be a hard money lender, and they're going to loan you about 75% of that $300,000. So now let's say they're loaning you, the bank would only loan you on the 180. The bank would do an appraisal. They're going to say, well, yeah, the house probably worth maybe 200,000. So they're not going to loan you based on what the house could be worth after you renovate it. So the bank is going to loan you less money. So you're going to have more money coming out of your pocket because they're going to loan you based on, let's say the appraisal comes in at 200,000. The bank is going to loan you 80% of that 200,000. But a private financing source, like a hard money lender, is going to loan you based on what the value of the property is going to be after, sorry about that. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, they're going to loan you based on the potential full value of the property after you do the renovation. So in short, they're going to be loaning you way more money. So they're going to loan you 75% of the $300,000, which is $225,000 to go buy that property. Okay, so now you remember, they're loaning you $225,000, but you only need $180,000 to buy the property. So you take $180,000 to buy that property, right? And then you put $40,000 into the renovations. So you're gonna have closing costs and points. So yeah, most of the time this expense is going to come from your pocket. So by the time you pay the closing cost and the points and the origination fees, whatever it is, you're coming to the closing table with about $11,925. So all in, your total investment in this property is about $231,000. So your loan to value is about 77%. So you still have like 23% equity in that property after you fix it up. So now what you do is, this is the BRR thing: buy, renovate, refinance. So now the hard money lender, the reason why you want to refinance is because the hard money lender, they're going to charge you 12% interest. They're going to charge you 13-14% interest. And people might say, yeah, that's so high. I don't want to do that. I've met people tell me, I want to do that because, that interest is insane. And I'm like, that's an emotional decision. That's cost of doing business. We got to put pen to paper and see, okay, how does this work on paper? How does this look like on paper? If someone can loan me money at 14%, I don't have to be stuck in there, right? But they can loan me way more money, and I don't have to put any of my money in there. I just need to go find a property and find it cheap enough, right? So it doesn't matter if they're loaning me money at 20%. As long as I can find the property cheap enough and I can, fix that property and I can make it worth way more than that, hey, that's just cost of my doing business. That's part of my expenses. As long as I come out positive, on the other hand, it doesn't really matter what I'm paying for the money. So now you go refinance, and when you refinance, remember the bank always looks for 20% down, okay? And understand this: when they say they want you to put 20% down, what they are looking for is 20% equity in the property. So I've had a lot of people tell me, yeah, but investment properties, I've got to put 20% down. I don't have the 20% down. Forget about the 20% now for now. Take that out of your mind. The 20% equates the bank is looking for 20% equity. Now look at this deal here, right here. The loan to value, which is the loan divided by the value of the asset, is 77%. So there is already a 23% equity in that property. So when you go to any bank with this deal, that I've got a property that's fully renovated, 2020 standards, HGTV condition, that is worth $300,000, and I have a $231,000 loan on it, I want to refinance, they will jump on that deal all day long. You don't need 20% down because the property already has 23% in it. So at the end of the day, when you now look at your net profit divided by your own cash out of pocket, remember, when you refinance, you are going to get your $11,000 back. At the end of the day, what is your out of pocket cost in this deal? Potentially zero. Potentially zero. So even the 11,000 you put at the beginning, by the time you refinance, and they say we're going to loan you 80%, and you already have 23%, you might even be able to recoup everything you already put into it. But even let's say you still have this 11,000, and let's say you're making, at the end of the day, maybe you're making $6,000, a year in income, and let's see. So yeah, so you see net profit right here is 15,000. So you're making 15,000, and then you only have $11,000. I mean, let's say you have 12,000. Let's round out of 12,000 in the deal times 100. Your return on investment is 125%. So would it make sense for me to now take that money at 10% in my Roth IRA and put it into this transaction? I just increased my return on investment from 10% in my IRA account. I just put it into an asset using a combination of all these financing sources and getting the deal at a good price and doing a little bit of work for 3-4 months to renovate it and all that. I just increased that from 10 to 125%. So if you own this rental property, see, like when at the beginning we were talking about, the more return you get on the property, the faster your money is going to double. Your money is going to double here, maybe almost like every 1 or 2 years. That $11,000. So the same thing, let's look at subject to. Let's say and a lot of times these are like people that are about to go through foreclosure, and you find a distressed seller that owes $270,000 on their $300,000 house, but they have a very good interest rate. See, this would not make sense if the interest was 5% or 7%. But let's say they have like an attractive interest rate of 2.95%. And if you were going to go to the bank, maybe you can qualify for 3.9%. Now I've got a homeowner that already has a loan in place at 2.95%. It doesn't make sense for me to go to the bank and get the same money for almost double, for more. So I'm going to say, well, Mr. Homeowner, I know the foreclosure is next week. I know we don't have time to sell it on the open market. You don't have enough equity in this property. I might not be able to help you as a cash deal, but I might still be able to do something to at least, take this headache off your neck. I mean, what if I could catch up and pay all the back payments? And what if I could, cover all the subsequent payments, handle the property? PITI means principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. I think someone asked, what is PITI? PITI is principal, interest, taxes, and insurance that you pay on the property. So let's get back to this. So yeah, I mean, I say, what if I can cover all the back payments, bring your loan current, and take the responsibility for covering all the subsequent mortgage payments. The loan is still going to stay in your name, okay? But I'm going to be responsible for paying your mortgage payment. Is that something that you would possibly be open about? And they're going like, yeah, sure, yeah, okay, yeah. As long as I don't go through foreclosure, okay. Let's meet tomorrow at 2 p.m. and we'll go step by step, and I'll walk you through the process. And if you like it, if you feel it's beneficial to you, then yeah, we can get this done for you, right? So I just gave you a presentation right there, but yeah, so that's kind of how we talk to them. And you'll be surprised. I've had so many people call me. I mean, I'm like a godsend to them when we put this transaction together. So these are actually real things that happen every single day. They happen here in this office. So we got 270,000 at 2.9% interest rates. And let's say they're only 3 months behind on their mortgage payments. So the mortgage payment is $220.77, which brings the 3 missed payments to $6,231. We're gonna have closing costs. So I'm gonna come to the closing table. I'm gonna pay this $6,000 off of them at the closing. Then I'm gonna pay my closing costs as well. So essentially, and you might say, are you not going to give them money? Sometimes, a lot of times, they don't even want money. And sometimes they say, yeah, give me $2,500 so I can cover my moving expenses. But I've had a lot of people that will tell me, I'll sell the house for what I own it. This house is a demon. I just don't want this house again. Just take it. And those are the people we're looking for. I find people that say, well, you want to buy my house? Yeah, pay me $100,000 more. I'm like, I'm not looking for you. I'm not looking to convince you to sell me your house. So, but if you want to sell your house, then yeah, I definitely want to buy it. So we're looking for people that are in a situation where the house has become a headache for them and they're looking for relief. And so when we come and we propose to give them this proposal, we are like a godsend. And some of these people will be crying. They'll be crying. I've had people that have owned businesses and they became sick, they had cancer, and now the bank, their business crumbled, and now the bank wants to foreclose on them. It's a very emotional thing at times when you're involved in this kind of transactions. And so sometimes if we could give them some money, we will. But if the deal just wouldn't make sense, then we won't. And when you are getting into this kind of things and you're dealing with people that have situations, people that don't understand will say, you're a shark. Aren't you a Christian? You're taking advantage of people's misery. No, we're not taking advantage of people's misery because, see, if we don't step in, they will lose that house. It doesn't matter. The bank is the demon here, okay? So just because I'm going to make money doing it doesn't make me a demon, because if I don't step in, they have way more to lose. They will lose the house. And so I'm going to step in. I'm going to make, the best of a bad situation. So, Mr. Seller, let's catch up on all these payments. Let's fix your credit. Every single month we'll make the payment on your house. It's going to reflect on your credit. So really, am I the demon here? No, I'm the godsend here, because now I'm helping them fix their credit. I'm adding some value to them, even though they are losing their house. And with my help, 2 years down the road, they might be able to buy another house compared to 7 years if they are gone through with a foreclosure. Okay, so that is what we do, and I take pride in it, and I'm ready to defend myself every time I have some of these people who say all this crazy stuff, because I get it all the time. So I don't want you to feel like, you're doing something bad. You're taking advantage of people. We're not taking advantage of people. We're helping people, and at the same time, we're making money because we're not an NGO. We're a profit organization. So it's what we call a win-win situation. The seller wins, the buyer wins, everybody's happy. Some of the sellers are crying. They're like really thanking us. They're sending us cards, for helping them. So now you've got like what, $11,000 in total investment in this transaction. Now you can go ahead and rent this house for $2,500. Remember your mortgage payments, and that's why this deal is attractive for us. Is because the seller has an attractive interest rate that makes their mortgage payments so low that if we rent this house for $2,500, we could potentially make some serious money. We could cash flow every month. It doesn't even matter if it has equity or not. So we're looking at renting it for $2,500 a month, which is $30,000 annually. So we have our annual maintenance and vacancy cost. It's not going to be so high. Why? Because a lot of the properties that fit this criteria are properties that are relatively newer. So they're not going to have a lot of maintenance costs. Okay, that's the only way these deals work. And a lot of people that are losing their house that don't have equity, they pretty much relatively just bought the house maybe in the last 5 years. So a lot of those houses are in good condition. So your annual maintenance cost and vacancy rate is not going to be that high, which is good for your bottom line. So your net operating income is about $6,500 a year. And then, by the time you subtract all that, so you have like 2,976 divided by 11. So pretty much your ROI is about 26% on this deal, which is still better than 10%. So now remember how, I think we're on slide 38. Let me look at, all right, let's look at it. Remember how we said if you find an investment where you're able to make 25% on 100,000 in 15 years, that 100,000 will be 2.8 million. And so people might be like, oh, where in the world are you going to get an investment that's going to give you 25% return? See, this is how you find them. So everything on here, they're actually achievable. It's all about you finding the right investment vehicle and you running your numbers and looking at what that ROI is. So the less you're able to put into an investment, the higher your ROI is going to be. And that's where leveraging other people's money, creating financing, that's where they all come in because they increase that cash flow. So let's go back to our slide 38. So hold on one second. So the other strategy here is like owner finance. So the same thing, you find a seller. Oh, okay. So what we can do is, so the last slide, we're buying it subject to, and here our exit strategy is to rent it out. Okay. Now we might decide not to rent it out. We could say, personally, I don't like rentals. I don't like dealing with tenants. So this other strategy is what I prefer. So I take control of the property by buying it subject to the existing financing on the front end. And then on my exit, I go look for somebody, and I'm sure you probably seen those signs on the road, rent to own, or, owner finance, seller will owner finance. So now that it's my property, I'm going to go resell that property. But instead of cashing my money out today, I'm going to owner finance it to somebody who wants to live in the house, someone who wants to buy a house, but they don't have the credit to go to a bank and get a traditional form of financing. So I might put an ad out on Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist, put some little bandy signs in front of the property and say, low payments, seller will finance, why rent when you can own? So I put that sign out and you will be surprised your phone will blow up, especially right now that, people have, especially when people are losing their houses and they have, problems and all that, they can get a loan. So we resell that property. Remember that property is worth $300,000. But because we're owner financing it to somebody that doesn't have like an A+ credit rating, we are taking a little bit of more risk. That's why the bank wouldn't finance the deal for them, because they are not a good, I mean, they're not they're not a good risk for the bank to take. So they don't want to take that risk. Now, because we are willing to take that risk, there are two things we're going to do, and that's what they do on credit cards. You know, when you miss your payments, or you know your credit you don't have good credit, they charge you 26% interest. They're like, why are they charging me 26% when they know I don't have money? It's risk versus reward. If I'm taking a bigger risk, then I expect bigger reward. If I'm taking a lower risk, then it's okay for me to take a lower reward. And that's why when you have an 800 credit score, you get the most attractive interest rates. Why? Because you're a low risk to the bank, and so you know they're willing to take a low return. You know, so that's what it is. So here we're taking a high risk, so we want high returns. So we are going to sell that property 10% more than what it's worth. So 10% is going to be about 330. Remember, that property is worth 300,000. 10% of that is 30,000. So we are going to sell that property for 330, and we're going to owner finance it to somebody at 9.9%. Now, again, you're asking, why in the world would somebody pay 9.9% when they can go to a bank and get a mortgage for 3.75%? It's because the bank option is not there for them. They have no other option, but they do want to own a house. Maybe they have a huge family and they have a house, and they just like, you know, why am I going to pay all this amount? Why would I be paying all this amount in rent? Or they want to keep up with the Joneses and also say, well, I need to have a house, you know, whatever reason, people do it. And so we charge them 9.9%, just like the bank would do, because we are taking risk. They are high risk clients for us, or consumer. So now we have this property that we bought subject to a 2.95% interest rate. And now we are in turn reselling it to somebody else for 9.9%. And now that means we're making a spread just in the interest. We're making a spread of 9.9 minus 2.95. We're making a spread of almost 7%, 6.95%. So we're making money on money that we don't even own. It's not even our money. And that's what the banks do. That's why the banks are the richest in the world, because the banks will get your money. When you put your money in a bank account, in a savings account, and when you put, and they get money from the feds at close to 0%, and then they come to loan it to you at 4%, 5%, 10%. It's not the bank's money. The bank is not the bank. They don't create money. They don't sell any goods, and they don't sell any goods. They're not manufacturing anything. So what the bank is doing is taking somebody else's money, and they are marking it up, and they're making a spread. And that's exactly what we're doing here. So if you know how to do this, you can be very rich. I know people that have made millions of dollars. They're millionaires because of just the strategy. They have 100 properties like this that they put together like this, and they're just like a bank, just making interest. So let's put that 9.9 versus 2.95% into real numbers. So the mortgage payment was 2,107. You know, three missed payments. So we catch that up. We pay the closing costs. Our total investment on the buy side is 11,021, just like the other slide. But instead of renting it out, our exit strategy is we're owner financing it for 2,872, because that's what 9.9% on 330,000 on a 30-year amortization. That's what it comes down to, 2,872. So now our positive cash flow, it's $65 a month, which is $9,180 a year. Annual expenses and vacancy is zero. See, this is why I like this strategy. When you are a landlord, you have to take care of expenses. You have to worry about vacancy. When you are the bank, you're just controlling the assets. Yeah, you don't actually really own it. Yeah, even though the deed is your name, but all you're doing is you're just a financial engineer. You're engineering, you know, transactions. You know why there are no annual expenses? Because this guy buying this house is actually the buyer. When was the last time you called your mortgage company to come fix your drain line? No, that's not their job. You fix your drain line, you fix the toilet, you fix, when your AC goes out, you do that because you're the homeowner. See, that's what happens here. They are the homeowner. So whatever expenses that comes out, whatever, of course, they're living in the house, so the vacancy is even zero anyway. So the annual expenses is you pass that on to the buyer. So really, you don't get no calls for a broken toilet. So now this $9,180 is pure cash flow. So now, because we've been able to increase our cash flow just by changing our exit strategy, remember, our total investment is still the same, but we've just been able to increase the cash flow. So now our ROI is 78%. So when people tell you you can't get 70% return in America, it is a lie. People get it all the time. You just need information. And so if you go back to that, I would like you to, create a chart like that if I put 200,000, just look at the different ROIs. If I do this for 10 years, what would that 200,000 be in 10 years? And also, this is all you have to do. Just rinse and repeat. Do this alone for 10 years. Your $100,000 will be like $1 million just by doing this. What if you had 20 of this? $183,600 a year in residual income with zero work. So what are the risks? You can say, well, this sounds too good to be true. There must be some risk in it. Yes, there is a risk. In every investment, there is a risk. The risk is that, this guy paying 9.9% might not be able to afford it after like 2 years. And then he missed payments and, he loses his job. Now you remember you have a mortgage at 2.95% that you got to pick up that mortgage payments. So yeah, there is a risk, and that is the risk. What if this guy, maybe you do a owner finance for 3 years, and after 3 years, he's supposed to go to the bank and, maybe within the 3 years, because people do this short term, okay? They do this while they are building their credit. Nobody wants to pay 9.9%, for 10, 20 years. So, but they still want to own the house. They want to be able to get in the house, maybe because of the school districts, and they just want to own something, and it just makes sense for them. But they want to do this short term. So what if at the end of 3 years, this guy says, I'm not making it. I don't want to buy the house again. That's another risk. But remember that you have to be able to manage your risks. Every investment comes with a risk. When you hear anybody saying, oh, I've got this investment opportunity for you, absolutely zero risk, run. There's no investment with zero risk. Maybe if you put your money in the bank, but even with that, like we said, inflation is always a risk there. So there is always the potential of you losing money. You just have to be able to control it. Now, if this were to happen, this guy decides he's not making payment. He doesn't want to buy, life happens. He's not able to keep up with the mortgage payments. Okay, I'm the bank. I do what the bank does. I foreclose on him. But at the beginning, this guy is going to put, remember, he's buying the house for $330,000. Usually he would put a big down payment. He will put down a big deposit, which is about 10%. So this guy at the beginning, he puts down 10%, which is $33,000, because when you go to a bank, no bank is going to give you 100% mortgage. You're going to have a 3%, 6%, 3%, if it's an FHA, 3%, conventional 6% down, investment property 20% down. So we're going to ask 10% from this guy, which is $33,000. So like going into the deal, we're already making money. We're making money going into the deal. That is $33,000 in our pocket. While we are controlling this property, we're making this amount of money. What is our positive cash flow here? We're making $9,000 a year. So in between the 3 years, we're making money. And at the end, when this guy cashes us out, remember he's going to buy this house for $330,000. We're making $30,000 more. So we're making money at the beginning, we're making money in the middle, and we're making money when the property sells. Tell me what investment that you can find that stock where you're making money before you get into it at the beginning, you're making money in between, and even when you sell, you're making money. So if this guy says, okay, fine, I can't do it, I foreclose on this guy, he forfeits his $33,000. So really, I've made money in the deal. Even if anything goes wrong, I've still made money because I made money at the beginning. I've made money for the 2 years that he was making payments. And if you've done well, then you have also saved some of that money. So for the 3 months he's not making the payments, you actually have the money from this transaction to make those 3 months payments while you foreclose on this guy. And once you foreclose on this guy, what do? Go find another person. Again, get 10% down, another $33,000. Owner financing for another 3 years. And continue making money. So even though, let's say you pick the mortgage payment for 3 months and you're out of pocket $7,000, by the time you resell this property on another owner finance term and you get $33,000 minus your $7,000, you're still making $26,000. So you see, in fact, I know some guys that pray for their buyers to default because then they can just go back and, sell it again and get the 10% down. So the risk is very manageable in this with this strategy. So I think that there's a lot of information. I know it's past noon over there. Do we want to take a break, or my brother, how do you want to do it? Oh, I know Pastor is on the phone. I think you're on mute. Or do you want me to continue? I mean, we can take a break for like 30 minutes. Oh, I don't know.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ayo. I apologize, my mouse froze, so I had to get a different mouse. Yeah, I will try to take a break. I'm not sure what is a good break for you, Mr. Ayo. Is 15 minutes good enough?
Hey, I can continue going.
I know, Mr. Ayo, you are enjoying it. You are just going on and on because this is what you do in your sleep and everywhere. But yeah. I just kind of felt that there's a whole lot of information. Thank you very much. It's loaded, it's packed. And we've been going for 2 hours. I know that after 2 hours, people will start having some fluctuation in attention. So why don't you just take about 15 minutes break, people go do things, and we'll come back. So we don't want it to be too long either, so that we can have some time at the end to ask questions.
Yeah, so let's take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 1:15. Whatever you want to do, stretch your legs, get lunch or whatever you have to do. Let's go do that, and then we'll come back, and Mr. Ayo will continue from where he stopped. And then, like I said before, the questions, please send it in. I've received a few questions, and one of them was already answered, but I have a few questions. Once he finishes his part, he's not going to stop while someone is asking a question in order to be able to answer all the questions. So if you have any questions, please send it in. I'll send it to him. He will review them, and then he can answer them one at a time.
Questions and clarifications.
Yeah, questions and clarifications. If there are questions or if there are clarifications, there's something that you're not clear about. We were looking at the slides, If there's a slide that you have question about, please note the slide number. That way, when you ask a question, he can quickly go to that slide and then review it and clear that, if you have that. Let's take a break. I'll still leave the channel open. Whoever wants to go to the YouTube, as you already know, YouTube has a DVR. Our YouTube channel has a DVR, which means you can go back to the beginning if you don't want to go away and just watch the beginning of the presentation. Then you can have some questions from there if there's anything you forgot or you need to know. Okay, we'll see you guys at 1:15.
All right, great. Thank you very much, Aya. Thank you.
All right.
Sydney, you are mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm juggling multiple screens here. Mr. Ayo, are you available?
I can hear you, but I can't see the screen.
You can hear me, but you can't see the screen?
What did you do now, Sydney?
Let me start.
No, I didn't do anything. You can screen now. It's still able to share. It's still able to share. I didn't do anything. All I did was just pause the recording.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. I think I had to relaunch Zoom.
Okay.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
All right. So when you're ready, let me know so I can start the recording again.
Okay, just 1 second. Okay. Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you and I can hear you. I'm sure everyone else can.
All right. All right. Let's. Yeah, we can go.
Okay, so I'm recording now. So
You can see my
thank you
screen.
everyone for coming back in. We are ready to go again. Please let us know your questions. Please send it into the private chat to me if you want, and then we'll send it to the presenter so he can answer those questions and clarifications if there's any. Thank you. Mr. Ayo, over to you, sir.
All right. All right. So yeah, welcome back. So we're just going to do a quick summary. We talked about time value of money, present value.
I think it's frozen. I think I is frozen again.
Yeah. If you can hear me, Mr. Ayo, looks like you're frozen.
More than that 2%, then you are losing money.
So I'm sorry, Mr. Ayo. I think you were frozen for at least about 30 to 40 seconds.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay. Well, yeah. So I don't know what was last thing
You
you
were
heard.
just beginning the summary.
Okay. All right. So yeah, we talked about time value of money. We talked about that could be your friend, it could be your enemy, depending on where you are. But if you're young, that is good. If you're younger, then you might want to speed things up. And this is really where you get to speed things up. If you're younger, you can afford to go for low yield investment. If you are younger, then you might want to look at something that will bring you a higher return. We're talking about inflation. We're talking about compounding. The way you build wealth is to compound your money, and you do that through interest rates, attractive interest rates. And on the other side, the way you lose money, which discounting is through discounting, and we're talking about a form of discounting that affects us every day, which is inflation. And so I hope that after today, you will want to you want to keep yourself informed about the financial markets, about inflation and things like that, because it is affecting your purchasing power. It's affecting your money in the bank. We talked about the average inflation rate in the last 5 years having been 1.92%, roughly 2%. So if your money is not making you more than 2%, you are losing money in real purchasing value. So I would encourage everybody here, listen to CNBC or whatever it is, Fox Business, whatever thing you want to listen to, read financial magazines, look at things like that, look at different forms of investment. I think from what we have shared today, you should be able to start practicing, looking at all forms of investment, looking at what yield this is bringing, and start trying to apply what we've learned today. I told you that it took me, I learned real estate for at least 5 to 7 years before I actually started investing. And a lot of it is actually accumulating knowledge, because the more knowledge you have about something, the lower the risk is going to be. The risk is high when you don't know anything about it. And but the more you know about something, the lower the risk is going to be. So we talked about how you can make your money grow. We looked at different types of interest rates, and how that affects your bottom line 10, 15, 20 years from now. We also looked at the reverse, which is through inflation, how your money can lose half its value. And that took us to a very important rule, the rule of 72, which tells you how fast can your money double. If you put $100,000 into an investment, how fast, how long is it going to take for that 100,000 to become 200,000? And at the end of the day, we all want to double our investments, right? So the rule of 72 is whatever the return you're getting right now, you take 72 and you divide it by that yield that you're getting right now. So if you're getting 10%, 72 divided by 10 will be 7.2 years, which is 7 years for your money to double. So we took all that and we decided, okay, why real estate? Why is real estate the best investment vehicle to get us to where we want to be in terms of our financial goals? We talked about that real estate is the ideal investment vehicle in terms of, depreciation, in terms of income, in terms of, being able to leverage, that property to get financing, in terms of appreciation that you can get, from the property. And, so now we're talking about, financing, creative financing, different types of investment strategies, what makes sense. Should you buy a house, an investment property, all cash, versus should you finance it through a bank, versus using private sources of funding? And we compare all the three. We found out the cash option is actually brings the lowest amount of return. And we found out that if we can leverage the same amount of cash, we can buy more properties. And if we put in some creative financing, we might be able to up our return on investment. So we looked at seller financing. Specifically, we started with subject to, where we buy a property subject to the existing financing on that property. And we also looked at owner finance. And I think we are on owner financing right now. So we have these strategies. And the great thing about real estate is you can put this thing on steroid. It's what I call real estate on steroid, investing on steroid. And what that means is this is what you call the nuclear option. The nuclear option is when you begin to combine the strategies together, you can pretty much quadruple, 10x, 5x, 10x your return on investment. So we just went through one of that example, right? One of those examples. So let's look at it. So right now we have two strategies that we are combining. We are purchasing subject to the existing financing because the seller has an attractive interest rate. Now, this would not be a good investment if this was 4.95%, because the mortgage payment will be too high, then it's not going to cash flow. So,
Ayo, are we supposed to be seeing your screen, or you're just reading off for us?
Yes, you're supposed to be seeing my screen. Do you have to reshare it?
No, we are not seeing it. That's my point. I kind of guess you thought you were looking at it.
Let me reshare my screen then. I think that's, sorry. I thought I was sharing my screen already. No. All right, can you see?
Yeah, great.
Oh, all right. Thanks for bringing that up. Yeah. So, so we are buying subject to existing financing. And like I said, if this 2.95% was 4.95%, it probably wouldn't make sense because the mortgage payment will be too high and we would not be able to cash flow. The number one thing when you're talking about investing in real estate is cash flow, cash flow, cash flow. If it's not cash flowing, I don't care about anything else, unless probably you have equity in it, like you have serious, amount of equity in the property, like 50% equity in the property. But if a property is not cash flowing, it's a bad investment, because that's where you build wealth, cash flow. So, and when you're talking about cash flow, you want to look at what is your payments versus what can you rent it for. But where most people make the mistake is they don't put in the expenses. Like when we get to the flip, we're going to talk about that. Everybody thinks, okay, I'm going to buy a house for 100,000. I'm going to sell it. I'm going to put 20,000 into it. Then that's 120. Then I'm going to sell it for 150. Then I'm making 30,000. No, because you have costs, you have financing costs, you have holding costs, you have all these other costs, resale costs that you have to subtract from that 30,000. So the same thing with rentals, you have to look at your costs, which your mortgage payments. We're talking about PITI, which is the principal, interest, taxes, property taxes, and insurance on that property that you're responsible for every single month. And then you have to factor your maintenance costs. What happens when the air conditioning unit goes out? What happens when it's time to replace that roof? That roof could easily cost you $5,000, $6,000, $7,000. What happens when the water heater goes out and you get a call? What happens, if you have to replace the garage doors, things like that. So if you don't make allowance for all this annual maintenance costs, even though they might not happen that year, it should be in a reserve. You should factor a percentage that you need to be putting somewhere so that when those expenses come due, you can have that money to make those replacements. So we have to factor that into it to then arrive at what we call our net operating income, which is pretty much what our profit is after we have subtracted all our expenses. That's what we call the net operating income. All the income the property is generating, which is the gross profit, minus the maintenance costs and all the other vacancy rate and things like that. So that gives you your net operating income. So now this property here, we're buying it subject to, which means we are only coming to the table with 11,000, with our total investment is 11,601. You want to put the minimum amount of money into an investment, and you want to get the maximum amount of cash flow. So it's minimizing your investment and maximizing your cash flow. So we are able to do that. Why? Because of this seller situation. And so we're bringing 11,000 to the table, and we know that, we can create a spread. Now, how can we then supercharge it? We can, what everybody else would do is, let's just rent it. I can rent it out for $2,500 a month, and I'm going to make a, positive cash flow of 300 or something, and boom. Yes, that's good. But if you combine strategies, you can take that cash flow and pretty much double that cash flow. Right here, we have it, our ROI is about 26%. But what if instead of renting that property out, we find somebody who wants to buy that property from us because they have bad credit, they can't get financing from a traditional lending source like a bank. And we essentially say, hey, we're going to owner finance the deal to you. We're going to be the bank. But because your credit worthiness is not that good, you're a high risk to us, we demand a premium. So we are going to charge you a premium on the house. So we are going to charge you 10% more on the value of the house, which is 330. Plus, you're high risk, so we expect high return. It's only fair. We're taking the risk here. So we're going to charge you 9.9%. And this number could be 7%, could be 8%, could be 9.9%, but I think it's got to be less than 10% though. So or else you're going to start getting into, problems with usury and stuff like that with the government. So you don't want to charge too high of an interest rate. So I use the maximum here, which is about 9.9%. To do that. So we're talking about that this buyer is going to put 10% down, because anytime you go to any funding, any source, they're going to ask you for a deposit. So it's going to put 10% down, which is 33,000. So we are making money at the beginning of the transaction. That's 33 add cash in our pocket. Remember, our total investment when we bought this property is 11,000. So within 30 days, we are collecting 33,000, and right now we're already profitable. We're already making $22,000 in profit just at the beginning. So right now, just by collecting that down payment, taking that down payment, we have recouped our initial investment. Right now, our investment in this deal is absolutely zero. Zero. I can take that that $11,000, go do the same thing with another property. And I can just take that $11,000 or $12,000 and just keep rolling in, using $12,000. Because every time I get my end buyer, I call it a deposit, boom, that refunds my initial investment. Now I'm controlling this property with zero cash of my money in the deal. So you might say, I don't have 100,000 to invest. I don't have 200,000. You don't need 100,000. You don't need 200,000. You just need to know how to do this. You need to be able to find people like this, put this transaction together, start with the bare minimum that you can afford, and guess what? You still have 22,000 from the profit. So now you can then take your initial 11,000 plus 22,000. Now you could do 3 of this, and you can just, before you know, you're doing 10 of this. You have 10 of these deals going on. You have 20 of these deals going on. And so now you are making a 78% return. Just by combining the strategy, we went from 26% return to 78% return. Pretty much like we have doubled or even almost tripled our return on investment just by switching the exit strategy. So like I said, if it's asking, what if you had 20 of this? And that's how you do it. You recoup your initial investment, you rinse, repeat, and you go do it. And before you know it, within 5 years, I mean, within a few years, you might have 20 of this going on. And that is $183,000 a year in residual income coming in. We talked about what is the risk involved here. This sounds too good to be true. No, it is a reality. This is the truth. You got to find a homeowner that's willing to owner finance their house to you. And all you have to do is go on Facebook. Everybody is on Facebook. I see people do crazy stuff on Facebook every day. I'm like, okay, you can't be using Facebook to make money. Go to Facebook Marketplace, put an ad, owner finance, sell out with owner finance. Why rent when you can own? Sell out with finance. Put your phone number. Your phone will ring off the hook. Put a sign in front of the house itself. People that are, tenants in the neighborhood, people renting in the neighborhood, they're going to blow up your phone. I didn't know people had money until the first time I tried this thing on a house that was completely like run down. And I put owner finance and rent to own in front of it. And before I got to the next light, I received 3 calls. And I didn't even know what to do. So I told them, hey, I need $26,000 down, because I just wanted to give them one crazy number that they would say, oh, hell no. And they said, yeah, we have it. I said, I said 26,000. I said, yeah, we have it. When can we look at it? I'm like, really? People have this kind of money? So yeah, people do. So we can buy owner finance as well. Look for a property that's free and clear. We look for homeowners like this, and we're going to talk about marketing. How do you find people like this later on? You find people like this, the seller carries the note of 300. You create a note for $300,000. You give them a fixed amount of payments every month, or you can say, Mr. Seller, if I gave you this cash, this $300,000, what are your plans? Are you planning to take this money to go buy another investment property? Or, are you just going on a vacation, or are you just going to pack this money in your bank account? Oh, well, yeah, I only need 20,000. I'm going to leave the rest in my bank account. Oh, really? And how much is your bank account earning you? What's the interest rate you're getting right now? I don't even know. I think it's like less than 1%. Okay. What if I can give you, what if I can double that? What if I can give you 2%? And I can give you the 20,000 you need right now, and you can just carry the rest back in form of a note at 2% interest rates. Pretty much, I'm going to be doubling that money that you'll be making in your bank account, and I'm going to handle the property. You don't have to worry about the maintenance. You don't have to worry about fixing it up or anything like that. I'll take responsibility for all that. Is that something you could possibly be open to doing? So say yes or no. Doesn't hurt to ask. So, and that's how we get there. And you will be surprised. A lot of people say, yeah, because you don't need the money. Maybe they just need a little portion of the money. But the problem thing about real estate is you might need 50,000, but then you have a property that's worth 200,000. So unless you want to go like do a home equity line of credit and stuff like that. But for older people, they don't want to do that. So they just rather cash out. But they still like that monthly income they were getting from the rental. They just don't know that they can own finance. So when you bring up this option for them, they're like, I can get my 50,000 that I need, and I can still continue getting my monthly cash flow. Oh yeah, I need that because my social security number is just not, my social security payment is just not enough for me to live on. You see? So that way, that is how we present this things to our sellers, and that's how we're able to get this good deal. So we've engineered the transaction in such a way that we're able to create a cash flow. So you see, we're not taking advantage of them. We are looking at what they're trying to do, and we're seeing that, well, this might not even be the best route for them. Then in that case, we'll bring up another option that would be a better option for them, and at the same time, we make money. It's a win-win. So so this property here it's an example. Oh, sorry. This is an example here. Seller owns the house free and clear. He wants to sell it for 300,000. He won't sell it for full price. Okay. He's not going to take our cash deal. Our cash deal is probably going to be around 200.
You're frozen again. Sydney?
Yeah, Mom.
Yeah, I think he's frozen. Could you
If
tell
he's
him?
if he's frozen over there, we probably won't be able to hear anything we're saying
Can you
until
hear
he.
him?
No.
Oh, then call his phone then. That's the only way because he's probably still talking.
So Ayo, you can unmute now. We can see you. You are probably moving. You just need to unmute. Oh,
There
yeah.
you go.
All right.
It,
Can you see me now?
yeah, we can see you and we can see the screen.
Okay, sorry about that. I didn't realize that on my end. I don't know where I was before we had that problem, but what I was saying is that we look for a homeowner like that, and we say, Mr. Seller, if they want price, we give them price.
Ayo, you are on the screen with the 300,000. Yeah, exactly this one. Exactly.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So what we're telling you is, we always present different types of offers. Okay. The first offer we present is a cash offer. Now, in this situation, the seller probably doesn't want our cash offer because our cash offer will probably be around 200,000. So if he doesn't want the cash offer, then we'll make him a full price offer, but then we ask for terms. So there are two things we negotiate. You can negotiate price or you can negotiate terms. Okay, so if someone wants a full price offer, okay, fine, Mr. Seller, I understand. I'll give you the 300,000, but when you get the 300,000, what were you planning to do with the money? Are you going to take that money to go buy another investment property, something with a better return, or are you going to vacation? I mean, what exactly are your plans? And we'll just kind of find out what the plans are, and then we'll present them the terms, right? Because at the end of the day, we also want to solve a problem. So if we find out that might not be the best route for them, then we give them this option. So we're going to give them price, but they're going to give us terms. And the terms is what we're negotiating here. So now let's say we put $25,000 down because this guy only needs $25,000. Maybe he wants to pay off a medical bill or a credit card bill or something, but he doesn't need the remaining. So we say, well, what if we give you $25,000 right now? You carry the remaining $280,000. We pay you an interest. Give you 3.25% interest, right? And you can say, well, why don't you go to the bank? You can get the 3.25 at the bank. Yeah, but you have to understand that there's so many loans that you alone can get. And I think for each person is 5. And once you hit that 5, if it's a couple, it's 10. And once you hit that 10 as a couple, you can buy any rental properties. You can buy more. So you eventually, to get more, you have to start doing some of this creative stuff. And so I might say, well, maybe I've hit my cap. I can go to the bank. So, well, you be the bank. I'll pay you the going rate, which is 3.25%, but amortized over a 30-year period with a balloon in 10 years. What a balloon payment means that is we're going to amortize the payments over a 30-year period, which means we're going to spread the payments over a 30-year period. But after 10 years, we're going to cash the seller out, which means we can either sell that property after 10 years, or we can go to the bank and refinance. Maybe some of the properties we have that are being currently financed by the bank might be owned free and clear there. So some of those loans and mortgages might drop. And so now we'll have enough, we have more space now to go to the bank after 10 years to buy more. That's why you see some people, they might have 30 and, so they buy 10, they pay it off, then, then now they can go to the bank again and, get 10 mortgages and then they pay it off, So that might be the reason, So you just have to think outside the box to see how can I make this work. So we cash them out in 10 years, but our monthly payment is $11.10 every month because we spread this payment over 30 years, and you can spread it over 40 years. You can do whatever you want. You know what I mean? It's you. As long as the seller agrees to it and you agree to it, that's it. So we want to spread this payment as long as possible so that it's going to reduce our monthly payment, because then we then do the same thing. We go around, we turn around and we rent out this property for, something else, or we just go resell it again. And so we are buying owner finance, and then now we are in turn going to go sell it to somebody else, owner finance. Okay. So this is what we call a wrap. Okay. And just look at this like an onion. Okay. You have layers of wrap on an onion, right? So you have one layer and then you have another layer. And then when you want to peel an onion, you have to peel one layer up. So now you have the first wrap, which is your first owner finance, the note you created. Now you're going to go create another note, which is going to be a bigger note, which is going to wrap over the first note. And the difference, the spread, is where you make money. That's your cash flow. So you can buy owner finance, resell owner finance, create two notes, put one note over the other note, and make a spread. So now you're giving Mr. Seller 3.25%, but now you're reselling and you're getting 9.9% from your end buyer. And essentially, how much are you making there? 9.9 minus 3.25, you're making 6.65%. And it even gets better, because now you're taking a 10% down payment from your end buyer, which is $33,000. Okay, how much did you invest at the beginning? You invested $25,000. This guy wanted $25,000, right? So say, Mr. Seller, I'll give you $25,000. Now you just turn around and you go get $33,000 from somebody else. Now you got your $25,000 back plus some change, plus $8,000. So even at this point, what is your investment in this deal now? Zero. So what your return on investment is infinity. Because remember, return on investment is pretty much your cash flow divided by your net cash flow divided by your total investment. So if your total investment is zero, then your ROI is infinity. And so you can just keep rolling this and keep rolling this. Honestly, the only thing you have to do is find people that are ready to do this kind of deals. And that's why we're going to talk about marketing, because at the end of the day, this has to do with marketing, or you find people like me that will market and negotiate this, and then I can bring you all these sweet deals. And then you can pay me $10,000 for my work. So right here, your positive cash flow, and this is actually outside of what your down payment, the $8,000 you made upfront, but your cash flow, you're making about $17,000 every year. I mean, what if you had 20 of this? What if you had 20 of this? I mean, what if you were so good at finding people like this that you can do 10 of this in just 1 year? I mean, that's like 150,000, 75,000, right there, your first year. You just have to get good at finding these guys, people like this. And you can create money out of thin air with none of your own money. And that's what they do on Wall Street. People that know how Wall Street works, that's what they do. They don't manufacture anything. So that is about that with rentals. And so now I'm going to talk about rehabs and flipping. And I know some people might like this. I love this. The rental sounds very good, but at the end of the day, there are different types of strategies that you might want to use. Like I said, there's nothing that makes you more money than combining strategies, because eventually, if you see a deal that's got a lot of equity in it that you can make $50,000 from, why wouldn't I want to do that deal? I can flip and rehab that deal, get the $50,000, then put that $50,000 to go buy more rentals. So you see, the power of real estate is a matter of, looking. I see it as a toolbox. Okay, when you have a carpenter, you have, an auto guy. They have different instruments for different things, different tools for different things. The carpenter has the hammer, has the tape rule, has different things, and they all have different things, right? The same thing. These strategies in real estate, these are your tools. The strategies are the tools that you have in your toolbox, so that when you are looking at a strategy, what I'm thinking about is, what strategy is going to maximize my ROI on this deal? But if all you know is just one strategy, and all you know is how to make a cash offer, and the seller says, no, I don't want your cash offer, then what else? You lose the deal. Someone like me will come, and I'll put some creative financing in place, and boom, I'll get that deal done. So we go to rehab. It's a way to build, more capital, and then use that capital to go invest in long term. Okay. So, especially if you're not like Pastor that's already boxed up. So we find the deal, we analyze the deal, we make them an offer, and then again we fund. So from the other ones, we've talked about the first step. Then the next one is, what we're talking about is the rehabbing. And then when we rehab, we resell, and then we make money. So that is what we call active investing. So we've talked about passive investing. This is active investing, and there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to do both. It gets you quicker to your goal. So rehabbing and flipping. The average sales price of a home is about 97% of the list price. Pretty much, at least here in Houston or Texas. On the average, takes about 6 months to rehab and put it on the market. And don't forget, your buyer is going to have another 45 days to go qualify for a loan and go through underwriting. So, we try to get it done in 4 months, but we always look at every rehab from a 6 months timeline. So anything can happen. The market might change. You want to give yourself a leeway. And for me, when I do any rehabs now, I look at a 12-month timeline. If that project is not profitable, even if I have to hold it for 12 months, I'm not going to do the deal. Okay. So if after 6 months, the project is in the red, then that puts more pressure on me to get it done in 6 months. Obviously, the quicker, the better, but you also have to look at the what if scenarios. What if it doesn't sell? What if it takes 6 months? What if it takes 12 months? But I think 12 months is pretty much a good buffer to have. So, but at a minimum, you want to look at it over a 6 months period. Then obviously you're going to have costs, like we said. You're going to have, closing costs and fees. So a seller will also have they will have those costs. They're going to have to pay a realtor, especially if they want to get market price. And, if you do end up, wanting coaching and personal mentoring, we will teach you how to, overcome objections and rebuttals, and how to do the presentation and how to get these deals. But a traditional financing, a traditional transaction is 6% to the realtor, and they're going to pay closing costs, and then they're going to have some other selling costs that most sellers don't, or homeowners don't think about. They just think it's, 6% agent commission and closing costs. But no, you have survey costs, while during the 6 months, you're still paying taxes and insurance. So if you say, well, I'm not in a hurry, I'm just waiting for the right price, that time you're waiting is costing you money, because you're paying taxes, property insurance, you're paying mortgage payments and stuff like that, while you're trying to make $10,000 more. So if it takes you 4 more months to make $10,000 more, but that 4 more months, your holding cost is like $8,000, does it even really make sense? So, so you have all those things. So as investors, when we are doing rehabs and flips, these are things we're looking at. Remember, we have had money loans at 12%. So even if I list something at 100,000 and I get an offer for 92, I might be like, maybe I take the 92 and just go, because, 3 more months, I might be losing way more than $8,000. All right. So, yeah, that's in a nutshell. The costs you want to look at and you want to put a number on all these costs and expenses. So this is just a random arbitrary example. So let's say you have 1111 West Main Street. I'm based in Houston, so I use Houston. And let's say we're buying it for 140, but the property is actually worth about 200, but we're buying it below market, and there are ways we do that to get a little bit below that what is worth. And let's say we just have to put 10,000 into it because it's just like cosmetics. Our loan to value ratio is about 72,000, and but if we fix it up, it's about 69%. And I'm going to show you the numbers now. Next slide. And so as this valuation is 200,000, and after repair, after we put that 10,000, we're able to add an extra $20,000 in value to the property by putting the 10,000 in. So our after repair value or actual resale value is 230. Okay, and let's say, I know it's a seller's market right now, but I try when I'm doing all this presentation, I try to give people a realistic expectation. So let's say this property is going to be on the market for 90 days. And if we fix it up, let's say it's going to take us 6 months from the renovation to, finding a buyer and for the buyer to close. And so these are the numbers, okay? So we're going to have property taxes and insurance. So taxes for the whole year is about 3,000. So tax for 6 months will be 1,500. So that's part of your holding cost. That you will be responsible for that 1,500 while you're doing the project. So you're going to have monthly mortgage payments. If you're using a hard money lender or a private lender, you're still going to have to pay those monthly payments. So let's say you get a loan for 155 at 8%. So pretty much the whole year is 12,000 for 6 months. So 6 months you're paying 6,200 in interest. The closing cost is going to be about $3,000 when you buy the property. Then the buyer's realtor fees is about. So let's say we are able to negotiate 5% instead of 6%. When you resell this property, it's going to be about 2.5% on both sides, on each side. So it's about roughly 11,000 for both. And don't forget, you're going to have utilities, especially in the summer. It's about 150 just electricity and all that stuff. So so you have to account for every single cost of owning that property. If your guys are going to be working on that project, guess what? They need electricity. They need water. So you're paying for those utilities. You will probably need to have your security light on because a vacant house that's fully renovated is a good attraction for vandals, So, you might want to install cameras and all that. So you will have those expenses and you have to put them you have to have a line item of every expense to be able to figure out if this project is even going to be profitable. So our total cost as it stands right now is about $25,000. That's why when you watch that, the next time you watch the HGTV flip shows, then you're going to find out that all that stuff is just for TV purposes. I buy a house for 100,000, I'm going to put 20,000 into it, then I'm going to sell it for 150, I'm going to make 30,000. They don't make 30,000. So they are not factoring all these costs into it. So we said projected sales price about 225,000. So now we have our total cost, which is 25,000, our purchase price of 145 plus our $10,000 rehab. And so our profit on this deal is about 44,950. So if you take out all that expenses and you subtract that from 225, you're looking at about 44,950. So what is our return on investment now? Because, return on investment is pretty much calculated on an annual basis, but this project, didn't take us 1 year. So this project only took us 6 months. So if our profit is 44,000 divided by our total cost, then that's about 25% annual return. So even on this deal, if this deal took us a year to do, obviously our expenses are going to go up a little bit. So this number is going to be a little bit lower. But even if you're able to make 25% on a rehab project, it's better than that money sitting in the bank at 10% or 8% or 5% in your 401k. And that's why people roll their 401k into what we call a self-directed IRA. Because in a 401k, you are limited to the investments options that your advisor gives to you, which is pretty much mutual bonds, CDs, stocks, and all those other things, right? But when you roll that 401k into a self-directed IRA, like the word says, self-directed, you are the one directing the thing, you can then start taking money from your 401k and start investing in higher yield investments. So you're now stuck with the 8% in the stock market, or the 5% or 4% coming from mutual fund or CDs or from the government, which is about 2%, just barely keeping up with inflation, maybe 3%. I don't know what it is now. But you can start putting into rehab projects like this where you're making 25%. Now, if you do this for 10 years, let me just say you want to be an active investor, you love it, you will reach your retirement goal in half the time than if you leave that money in your 401k. By taking control of your financial destiny, rolling that money to a self-directed IRA, you will reach your goal in half the time. And if you still want to use the whole time, but then you will double your goal in the same amount of time. So that's why. So the return on investment is actually 50%, because we got this done in half the time. So if these are taking us 1 year, it should have been 25% annually, but because we got it done in half the time, we have to multiply this 25% by 2. So really, our return on investment is actually 50%. And that's another reason why I like rehabs and flips. If it's a really good deal, you can pull that money out, go do another maybe 4, 5 owner finance deals. So it's a way to generate cash and build up your cash to go do some other things. So that's rehab and flip in a nutshell. So we're going to get into wholesaling, and I'm going to talk about wholesaling real quick. And this is where most people start real estate investing from. And just because they don't have the cash and the expertise to get into flips and all that. So we talked about wholesaling at the beginning. Wholesaling is just, you finding a seller who's motivated and ready to take a discounted price, and you put it on that contract. You go look for a buyer, and the buyer closes. You assign that contract. You assign that contract to your end buyer for a fee. So you are, instead of flipping a property now, you are flipping a piece of paper. So when you hear of credit default swaps and all this derivatives in Wall Street and all that, all they're doing is flipping papers. Future contracts and all those things they talk about, those fancy things. It's pretty much just they're holding a position, selling their position and stuff like that. So here you are selling your position as a buyer, because you already got into a contract to buy this property. So you are the buyer. So you sell that position to another person, another buyer, for a fee. So you are assigning equitable interest in that property to somebody else for a fee. And that fee could be $5,000. It could be $10,000. It could be $100,000. I know people that have assigned a contract for $400,000. Of course, that's, but so you can do this. I mean, you can make with any of these strategies. So this is a quick example. So this same property that's valued at $300,000, okay, because you're a master negotiator, and because this property needs work, and because the homeowner is like 70 years old, he's moving to an elderly people's home, and he doesn't want to mess with the repairs, and he doesn't want to deal with putting on the market and all that stuff. You negotiate a sales price or a purchase price of 165. You know the repair is going to be about 45,000. You find an end buyer, you assign this deal for 180 for a fee of $15,000. So now this end buyer is getting a property that's worth 300 for 180. Maybe someone like Pastor that loves what he's doing and is making so much money there. He doesn't have the money. He doesn't have the time. So you bring him this deal. Pastor, I'll sell you this deal for 180. But you can put 45,000 into it and this property is going to be worth 300. That's a great deal for him. So it's a win-win because you are giving him a deal that he cannot find by himself and you're making money doing that. So everybody's happy. The seller is happy. He doesn't want to deal with all that work and all the headache that comes with selling a property. So it's a win-win-win transaction for everybody. Now, what's your investment in this deal? Nothing. Maybe the marketing dollar that you put to find this seller, that's the only thing. But in the actual deal, you don't put anything. All you're doing is finding a seller and you're finding a buyer. You're doing matchmaking. So the process, we market for deals. We send out marketing. And when marketing goes out, leads come in. That's what we say. Marketing goes out, leads come in. People call you, hey, I want to sell my house. And then you negotiate the deal. Sometimes we come to an agreement. Sometimes many times, 99% of the time, we don't come to an agreement. But the 1% could be 15, 20, 30,000. So we negotiate the deal. We sign the contract with the seller. Now, we could assign the deal, which I already talked about, or we can double close. And what double closing means is there are two closings. So I can decide that I can buy this property for 165 and actually go to the closing table and buy for 165. And I can put it back on the market. Maybe I see that if I put this thing on the market, I can sell it on the market for $210,000. Instead of just assigning it to another investor, I can actually sell it to an end buyer, a homeowner, someone who's going to go to a bank and get financing for $220,000. So I will close on this deal, which I'm buying for 165. But while I'm waiting for the title company to get the paperwork done, I'm already marketing the property to an end buyer. So I found an end buyer who wants to pay cash $220. So on the closing day, I put the closing on the same day. So maybe I do a 30-day close. So 30 days from now, I'm going to take money. This is it here. I'm signing a contract with this seller, and then I'm going to sign another contract with my buyer. So this is happening within the 30 days. Within the 30 days that I signed this contract A, I'm marketing for a buyer, and let's say I'm able to secure the buyer in 15 days. I say, buyer, you're going to pay cash. Say, yeah, I'm going to pay cash. Okay, fine. Can you close in 15 days? Say, yes, I can close in 15 days. Because I have a contract with the original seller to close in 30 days. It took me 15 days to find a buyer. Then I'm saying, hey, I know I only have 15 days left on that contract. So I say, hey, Mr. Buyer or Mrs. Buyer, can you close in 15 days? Yeah, I can close in 15 days. Okay, great. Let's close on the 30th of December. All of 15, what today is what? Yeah, let's close on the 15th of December. Says, oh, great. Okay, good. So I'm going to set both closing on the same day because I don't want to hold on to the property. I don't want to be a property owner. I don't want to pay taxes and insurance. I don't want to have to do anything. So on that closing day, Mr. Seller is going to come. My title company is going to put him in the conference room A, and my buyer is going to come, and my title company is going to put him in conference room B. So I'm going to walk into conference room A. I'm going to sign all the paperwork, blah, blah, blah. Then once I'm done, I walk into conference room B and I sign the paperwork with my buyer. And the money moves from my buyer to go pay for my seller. and I just collect the difference. And I don't even have to bring any money to the table. So that's what we call double closing. You're doing 2 closings on the same day. You're lining up your buyer and your seller on the same day. And when your buyer brings his 220,000, the title company takes 165 out of that money and they give it to your seller. And then you make the spread. How much of my money did I bring to the table? 0. So do you need a real estate license for this? The answer is no. You do not. We are not a sales agent. Real estate people, agents, they need, I guess they need license, but we are not salespeople. We are investors. We are I call myself a transaction engineer. We engineer transactions, and just like Wall Street, we try to make money thin air. So really, we're trading our know-how for raw cash. So leads. This is the important part. How do you find all these deals? Because without finding all these deals, everything else cannot happen. The only reason why we're able to make all this money is because we are able to find all these deals. We're able to locate these sellers that are motivated enough to sell their property to us at a discount. Marketing goes out, which is lead generation. Leads come in, which is lead capturing. The lead capturing is when we screen the deals and we pre-qualify the leads, because you're going to have some sellers that want to sell for over the market price. You're going to have sellers that want to sell for full price and stuff like that. So we have to pre-screen the deals, and these are the things that we do when we do the one-on-one mentoring and coaching. We role play and of course you're gonna have different objections. We have like 10 different objections that we role play, how you answer all those objections and things like that, how you find these people, how you talk to them, how you convince them to go with you instead of listening with an agent or try to sell it themselves. And so that's lead capturing. And then lead fulfillment is when we go to close. How do you line up the financing? How do you get a hard money lender? How do you find that end buyer that's going to pay you top dollar for that house? You know, what exit strategy is best to go with? So those are the 3 major process. And in that, why sellers choose not to sell conventionally? So people ask, why in the world would a seller sell for a discount? Well, there are a few reasons. Let's look at the fees. I know maybe some of you have heard that Zillow is buying properties now and all that. They're essentially doing what we're doing. You know what I mean? So they find out, wow, you people are making so much money. So yeah, now you got all the big people, even hedge funds are now buying properties and they're flipping. I'm like, oh, okay. So now that's an extra competition for us. But we found a way around that, and these are the kind of things we teach in our mentoring. How do you, when the seller says, I already have an offer from Zillow that's $20,000 more than yours, how do you overcome that? So, but on what we call the conventional way of selling, let's say the home value is 175. The seller is going to put it on the market for 175. She's not going to get full price offer. Not if the house needs work. Every buyer is looking for a good deal. Now, of course, in the East Coast that might be different because I heard that things are crazy over there. But in Houston we have a lot of land, so the market is not that crazy here. But so, houses are selling for about, 97% of the list price. So you got 3% going off the top of this 175. So yeah, eventually maybe they accept an offer for about 170 roughly. And then they've got to pay realtor fees and, realtor commission. So that's another 10,000. And they've got to have closing costs. And like we said, if it takes them 6 months, to get the right buyer who wants to pay them close to full price, and, then they're still paying property taxes, insurance, and all that, mortgage payment. So 6 months of mortgage payment is 9,000, and then you have taxes, insurance, and utilities. Another 5,000 there, and you have repair costs, which is about 3,000. Now, these can be in form of 2 ways. The repair costs can be in form of 2 ways. Most homeowners don't realize that. Most homeowners have been living in the house for about 10 to 20 years. And yeah, they just fix things, as they happen. But someone who's going to go to a bank and get a mortgage for 170,000 is going to bring a home inspector. The bank is going to want to make sure that the asset they're loaning their money against or securing the 170,000 against is actually usable. So it's in their interest to get a full-blown inspection on that property. And the inspector is going to come and he's going to completely pick the whole house apart. And he's going to write a whole book. Mr. Seller, have you seen a home inspection report before? No? Oh my God. They write a whole book about how bad your house is. And they're going to give you 72 hours to fix everything that comes back on that home inspection report. And that's if they don't even freak out and blow up the deal and cancel the contract, because nobody wants to buy somebody else's headache. So on the average, you're going to spend about $3,000 fixing everything that comes back on that home inspection report. So by the time you had all this together and you subtracted from what you're getting 175, I know you want 175, but here's the reality. You're not going to walk away with 175. This is reality. I know right now you're in La La Land, but sometime very soon you will get to this part of the side of the world where I am, which is the reality. And this is what reality looks like. So at the end of the day, this seller doesn't even have any equity, because by the time he pays off his 150 mortgage payment, a mortgage balance off, this 140, he has to come to the closing table with $9,000. Now he knows he can't do that. He doesn't have the $9,000. The house is going to foreclosure in a week or 2 weeks. Uncle Bob and, Auntie Sassy have not made good on their promise. So he's running out of options. So now we come in, and that's when we say, this is not a great deal for us, but maybe there's something we can do to help you, at least make the best out of a bad situation. And this is when we pitch the seller financing subject to them. So these are real life deals. They are possible. They are out there. And this is why. So when you say, why would anybody do that? This is why. They don't have the 9,000. If they had the 9,000, they won't be behind on their mortgage payments. They don't have any equity in their property. No agent is going to sell. Agents are not going to work for free. Title companies are not going to work for free. So we are the solution. We are the solution. And we take pride in being the solution. And I have kids, and my kid says, Daddy, I want to be a superhero. I say, yeah, your daddy gets to be a superhero every single day because I save all these people from foreclosures. So, we are their superheroes. We save them from pre-foreclosure, bankruptcy. They have a lien on the property they can't sell. The property needs too much work. They don't have that kind of money to fix the property, and they don't have the time. They don't want to deal with, contractors. Divorce, that one happens, unfortunately, especially here in the West, people split, and when they split, they got to do something with the property. And so, that happens. Job loss, people lose their jobs, and, instead of going through foreclosure, they decide, okay, they want to downsize, and so they want to sell that. So all this is what we call motivational factors, So, it could be an elderly man with a two-story home, 4,000 square feet. All the kids are out of the house, is an empty nester, he and his wife, or maybe his wife passed away, and he can't climb the stairs. So he wants to downgrade to a one-story, something smaller. So, it's our job to find out what the motivation is. And then when we know what the motivation is, then we know what problem we're solving. And just like in sales, if somebody doesn't see the value in what you bring to the table, don't expect them to open their wallet. So the first thing is you want to sell the value you're bringing to the table. And if the price is here and the value you're bringing is here, there's no way you're going to do the deal. So it has to be reversed. the value has to be here and the price is here. At least that's the way you want the seller to see it, that the value I'm bringing to the table is right here and the price is right here. And that's where you get the discount. That's where they say, you know what? I'm going to trade my equity for time, speed, and convenience. But you got to sell them on the value. But if you don't know what's motivating them, then you can't even pitch any value to them. You can't solve a problem that you don't know. So, what's a good deal? What is a good deal? That's why we talked about the ROI. We talked about all this thing. A good deal. What is a good deal? What returns do you need to achieve your goals? See, that's a question only you can answer. I cannot answer that question for you. How much do you want to be worth 10 years from now? You have 500,000 in the bank. What do you want that 500,000 to be 10 years from now? Only you can answer that question. Some people are so modest, you know, this world is not our home, you know, heaven is our home. So they don't really care too much, you know. And people like me, I say, well, I'd rather die rich and go to heaven, at least enter heaven rich. So we want to like double that 500,000 every 4 years, you know. So only you can answer that question. The second one is, what is your risk tolerance? Someone like me, I have a huge appetite for risk. And I just feel because I'm still young, I can lose it and fine, I still start over again. I don't care. I'm not too attached. I like making money, but I'm not too attached to it. And I just feel I'm still young. Even if I lose it, I know how to make it. I can always make it again. But every time I feel, I learn from it. And it makes me a better business person. So it depends on your risk. Now, if you're 65 years old, you got to look at this. Do you want to go into high risk investments that you're not going to have time to recover from? You know, so again, that is a question that only you can answer. How much money do you have, or do you want to invest? What do you feel comfortable? Do you want to invest the whole 500,000, or do you want to be a little bit conservative and just maybe, you know, let me just, you know, take 100,000, you know? Then how much work do you want to put in? Do you want to be an active investor, or do you want to be a passive investor? Again, the answers to these are different from one person to the other. There's no right or wrong answer. It's all based on what you want for yourself. So, but generally, long-term rentals, we're looking at about 6% cash on cash return if it's in a really, really good area. I mean, really, really good area. I mean, in Houston, that would be like the Galleria. That would be like Sugarland. That would be like, you know, really, really great area. So yeah, you can do the 6%. And the reason is this. Those are going to be pretty much, you know, your high working class neighborhood, you know. I mean, you know, the income bracket there is over $100,000. Now, the people that are going to rent there are going to have they're going to have good jobs. You know, they probably keep their jobs. So your risks are lower. Your vacancy rate is going to be lower. You know, eviction rate is going to be way lower, just because these are the cream of the crop kind of, you know, renters, tenants. So again, risk, reward. The higher the risk, the higher the reward. The lower the risk, the lower the reward. So here, your risk is very low. So your reward is going to be lower. So 6% is something that, you know, I mean, it makes sense. So if you are buying, renting, and rehabbing and all that, BRRing in an appreciating area, this is what we call a gentrifying neighborhood, you know, something that's maybe turning from low-end neighborhood to middle class, strong, or lower middle class to a high middle class. You know, again, your reward is a little, you know, your risk is a little bit lower, so you might want to up it to about 8%. It's not there yet, but it's going there. It's heading that direction. So yes, because it's not there yet, I'm going to require a little bit more. but it's going to get there. So I don't have to like charge 10, 12, 15%. So 8% is generally a good rule of thumb for an appreciating area. But for a not so great area, you know, lower income to low income neighborhoods, you want to do 15%. Your risks are much higher. These people are much likely to default on rent and not pay rent. And so, you know, you need a deeper discount to go into these neighborhoods. You need a higher return on investment. So that's when I find people and they say, I've got all these rental properties, I'm making money. I'm like, no. What is your cap rate? What is your ROI? You know, I mean, it doesn't make sense. All you're telling me is just Greek. You know, I need, you know, I need to know, I need a measure of how successful your investments are. And that is where you get the measurement from. So everything else is just speculation. If you cannot put those numbers together, like we went through them, you're just speculating. And what happens is eventually you lose money when you speculate. So on the average, I would say 10% ROI is the ideal, you know, return. Again, some people like the 6%. They want to go buy the house in Sugar Land and rent it out and all that stuff. Yeah, and they're okay with the 6%. That's fine. Just know that from a cash flow perspective, you're not really making money, especially if you're taking that money, if you're taking money at 10% just to go make 6%. But if it's in an appreciating area where you can, you know, like I said, 50% equity capture, you can, you know, make 100,000 in a few years. Yeah, that might, you know, it might be worth taking, you know, a hit on the cash flow, but making money on the appreciation. So then you have the fix and flip. Minimum is 20 grand, at least in Houston. Over there in the East Coast, it might be different. It might be 40,000, you know, over there. But here it's minimum 20,000. I mean, I'm not even going to do. I personally wouldn't do anything lower than 30,000. Now I would do 20,000 if the terms are really good. Wholesaling minimum is 5,000. That is when you are signing the contract. Minimum we are signing the contract for is about $5,000, and it goes up from there. And if you're doing passive investing, let's say you're doing a syndication in multifamily apartment complexes, general rule is you want 12% yield is what you're looking for. Okay, so if somebody comes to you, I have an apartment complex, I want you to invest, or a commercial building, obviously you alone cannot invest. You know, usually most of these bigger deals, they are syndications. 12% is a reasonable yield to ask for. Steps towards success or successful investing. Again, I cannot overemphasize. If it's not me, somebody else, you need to get a coach or a mentor, especially if you want to do active investing. If you want to do active investing, yes, it's going to cost you money, but it's going to cost you way more money if you don't get the education. You always pay for education, okay? Just write that down. You always pay for education. You pay for it through experience by losing money, or you pay for it by hiring a coach. But either way, you're going to pay for it, you know? So you can either learn from somebody else's mistakes, or you can go make the mistakes yourself and learn from it. But it's wiser to learn from other people's mistakes. So your mentors and your coaches, they probably already made those mistakes. They know exactly what you shouldn't do and what you should do. They will cut your learning curve by 70%. They already know what's working. The market is always changing. What worked 6 months ago? I mean, what worked last year did work during COVID. I mean, nobody saw COVID coming in, and we had to retool. We had to start closing deals over the phone. So if you were used to just going to the property, walking the property, now you can't walk the property. They don't want you bringing COVID into their house. So now we got to find a way to still keep the lights on. So now we're like having to do those deals virtually over the phone, closing over the phone. So the market is always changing. And those are the things that your mentors are going to teach you, help you navigate. Trading classes. Go get some training. YouTube University. You know, now of course YouTube is different from getting a coach, but YouTube is going to teach you exactly what I've just talked to you about. Now, Take as many training classes as possible. Join investment clubs. Every single place has a local real estate investment clubs. All you have to do is do a search. Real estate investment clubs in New Jersey, wherever it is you're living, your real estate investment clubs in Houston, and go for their monthly meetup, meet other investors, network. You're going to find wholesalers, people like me there, people that are actively looking, sourcing for deals that are, if you are like Pastor and, you're busy and you just want to do the BRRR and you don't have the time to go talk to homeowners and sellers and look for deals, you have to go to real estate investment clubs, because you're going to find a lot of active investors that are going to be bringing you deals. They're going to get your email. They're going to put you on their buyers list. And every time they have a deal, they'll email it out. You get the deals. Now, you got to be able to analyze the deal. I think we've gone down some of those things and figure out what your return on investment is. And that's why we spend this hours going through all that. And most people don't know that. They just want to start buying, and then they end up losing money. So systems and tools. Obviously, if you want to be an active investor, even if you're a passive investor, you have to be able to analyze the deal. How do you figure out what the rent is, the market rate of the rent? How do you figure out what the house is going to be worth if you put 30,000 into the house, So you need the right proper systems and tools to be able to analyze your deals. Marketing and acquisition plan. Like, if you're like me, I actually do like talking to sellers. I'm excited to talk to them. I meet a lot of people that way. When I got into oil and gas, actually was a seller that actually connected me to the vice president of ExxonMobil here in Houston. That was a deal that I did with a seller who actually happened to be running an NGO that works for the Clintons. So we meet a lot of people from different things. I've met attorneys, I've met different people, while talking to sellers, because, everybody, I've met an attorney that makes $500 an hour and sold me a house at a discount. So for someone like that, do you think he has time to sit down rehabbing a property? No. So this guy is not selling because he needs the money. He just doesn't want to deal with the headache. Just the house has been vacant for 7 months. For 7 years, I've been calling the guy, say, yeah, I don't need to sell the house. I am, we're not going to use the word rich. And I can afford to burn the house down if I want to. I make $500 an hour. Go look at my name. Okay, fine, okay. But I kept on following up with the guy. And he would be rude to me. He would, but I kept on following up with the guy. And then after like a month, the guy calls me, said, hey, you still want to buy the house? I said, yeah, I'll come tomorrow. Why can't you come today? I'm like, I'll come tomorrow. Like, you're calling me at 3 p.m. What? It's like, I want you to come today. I said, why the rush? Like, why do you want me to come today? See, motivation. I'm trying to find motivation right there, It's like, I just got a letter from the HOA. They are going to foreclose on the house. They said the house has been vacant for too long. It's not good for the neighborhood. So I got to be able to sell it within 15 days. Boom. See, that was all he needed. But the same guy forgot I could burn the house down because it was so rich. So I went out there, negotiated, made like $25,000 on that deal, got one of my buyers to close on it. So that is, it doesn't matter where they are on a social. People have different things that are motivating them to want to do stuff. And he was able to give me a good discount because he wasn't a broke guy. He didn't really need the property to make money. He wasn't really too interested in making money on the property. So was able to sell the property to me at a very huge discount. The value I brought to the table was being able to close on that deal, handle the HOA, get the HOA off his back. So you do need a team to be able to do that. You will get some of these deals. They're going to be a good deal, but they're going to want you to do stuff within 7 days. So you have to be able to build your team. And that's the next one, your local power team, your investment partners, real estate agents, people you can send a deal to. I have guys right now, I can just text them their property address, and within 5 minutes, he'll tell me what the value is. I know how to do it, but I always like a second opinion from an agent. You want to have those people on your team that they're on speed dial. These guys don't sleep. I can call them 12 midnights. Hey, there's money to be made. They'll pick up the phone. You want to have your lenders, your hard money lenders, your traditional whatever, if you want to get pre-approved from a bank, get all that done. You must be ready to go because the deals are not going to wait. These good deals don't wait for you. You got to be ready so that when they come along, you can take them down because you're not the only one out there. The competition is keen. Thousands of other people are out there looking for the same deals. I've literally gone to an appointment with a seller where 7 of us showed up and we had to line up outside to go to the property one by one. And I could see people almost peeing in their pants because they were like, "Oh my God, I'm up against these guys here." And I went in there to one of the properties and I saw one lady that she was talking to the seller. Oh my God, her presentation was so weak. She didn't even know what she was doing. She was already like so scared. And I went into the deal. I went into the negotiation, did my thing, So I said, "Hey, I'll call you tomorrow." I'm like, "Okay." General contractors, handyman, title companies, foundation companies. You might have a property that has a found. Can you hear me? Okay.
I hear you now.
Okay.
You froze for a little bit though.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. What was the last thing you heard, if you don't mind?
Where you went in and you closed the deal after the week presenter?
Yeah, okay. So yeah, the seller then called me and gave me the deal, and she said, you're not the highest offer. I said, probably no, yeah, because I know some of those people that came there didn't know what they were doing, and and I said, okay, I'm just curious, why did you sell the property to me even though I was like 20 grand below the highest offer? And she said, because you're the only one that knew what you were doing. You sounded like you knew what you were doing. You sounded like you could close it. And I'm looking for someone that can close it, that can close the deal, that will actually do what they said they're going to do. You showed me all this stuff. You showed me your credibility package. I saw that you've done this before. I saw your team. I knew you could get it done. Those guys didn't show me anything. They just gave me an offer. See, and that's the difference between you having your team ready and you having a coach and a mentor that will guide you around, that when you go out there, because you will compete with other people and you have to be able to stand out. So you want to assemble all these team title companies, because these are the benefits we bring to the table, Mr. Seller. We already have a title company that's going to take care of that for you. We're going to handle all the paperwork. You don't have to do anything. All you have to do is, just approve this one-page contract agreement right now. And, 10 days from now, come to the title company with your ID card and get your check. That's all. And they're like, really? It's that easy? It's that simple. But you're able to do that because you have your team in place. So how do you find this motivation? And I think we're already at the last slide, so don't worry about it. I know it's a lot, but yeah, I know it's a lot, but let's finish this because this is so much value and so much content. You would pay $500 just to go sit for somebody to tell you all this. So finding motivated seller, this is where the game is. This is where the magic happens. Where do we find these people? Where do we find these people that are ready to sell us, $100,000 for $50,000? Google AdWords. You have online and offline. So these are all the online. Video marketing, YouTube marketing. That's why if you go on YouTube, you will see everybody, their cousins and their brothers and their nephew, they're all doing real estate now. Everybody's got video on YouTube, but the reason they're doing that is it's called video marketing. Okay, they're not just out there just doing all those things because they really want to help you. Yeah, they want to help you, but at the end of the day, they want to upsell you into coaching and all that, and they also want their brand to get out there, because these are the things that you can tell Mr. Homeowner, hey, look at my YouTube channels. I've been doing this. You can see all the properties that I'm rehabbing. So when you are able to tell a seller to go look at your YouTube videos and he's seeing you actually doing rehabs and closing deals, working property, then he knows you're the real deal. Then you have article marketing. These are all for SEO. If you want to have a website, let's see if I can get our website so that you can see what it looks like. So this is our website, 911 Cash Buyers. This is my website. This is what we market under, and so we have a little bit of online presence, and so you can build a website like this, and we got testimonials on there. So when we're talking to sellers, we tell them, hey, go to our website, read our testimonials, when we close a deal, we tell our sellers, go to our testimonial page, leave us a review, just tell us how you felt about the transaction. Did we take care of you? Did we say did we do what we said we're gonna do? Did we treat you with respect? Did our team members, did they treat you with respect? And so they put it there. There's a guy, this Jeff Polikoff here is one of the deals I did, in Sugarland. Is an attorney, 20 years attorney. We took care of him. This guy was very skeptical at the beginning. He had to go look me up on my university website. It's like, you said you went to A&M, right? I said, yeah. I said, I'm also an Aggie. He said, how come I can't find your name on the Aggie network? I said, I don't know. He said, you must have a bad name or something. So I said, okay, fine. Go look at my what I call it now, right? I don't go by Ayo when I do business. I go by Mike. I go by my middle name. So I said, go look at Ayo. Just type in Ayo. That's my native name. So he went, typed my native name, and then he found me on there, So, but he was very skeptical. I was able to overcome that, and he left me a review. So those are things that you want to do. We are a member of the Better Business Bureau, so they see that logo, they're like, okay, this is a reputable business. They go to the BBB and they see that we have an A+ rating and stuff like that. So these are things that help these people. When we say we're closing over the phone, there's a reason why we're able to build that trust and credibility over the phone. Okay, so let me get back into the presentation. So yeah, that's online marketing. And why is online marketing very important? Because right now, everybody does stuff online. I mean, 80% of buyers start their searches online. So if you're not there, if you don't have a presence online, it doesn't matter whatever business you're doing, you have to have an online presence. And then we have the offline. So offline is pretty much all the channels. You can put ads in yellow pages and newspapers. You can do a radio ad. And I'm not going to go into details. These are things that we'll go through, in our coaching and mentoring programs, So, vacant houses, you can have people, bird dogs that would, bring you deals. I mean, heck, I see everywhere I go and I see a USPS person, I say, hey, bro, you want to make some money? Yeah, okay, great. Well, if you find any property that's vacant, while you're delivering mail, just send it to me. I'll pay you $1,000 referral fee. Word of mouth. He sees more properties than I do. So, those are called bird dogs, okay? Bandit signs, I'm sure you've seen them on the streets. We buy houses and stuff like that. So you could do some mailers, yellow letters, postcards. You can, pull a list and, send them postcards and send them letters, and put your phone number on there. Hey, Bob, hey, homeowner, Bob, whatever it is, I'm a local real estate investor in your area. I'm looking to buy more properties. Would you be open to an offer on your property? Would you be interested in selling your property? That's it. Put your phone number there, your name, and if they're interested, they'll give you a call. So we find motivated sellers, we send them direct mail, or we can cold call them. We can look for their phone numbers and talk to them over the phone, or we can go knock on the doors. This knocking on the door is good with pre-foreclosures because they never pick up their phone. They always think it's the bank or one of the creditors. They never pick up the phone. So we can go knock on the door. And so you see, when we as wholesalers, when we as deal finders, when we are charging $20,000 a deal to sell a contract, we go through a lot of work. We do a lot of work. We get a lot of doors slammed on our face. We get a lot of FUs over the phone when we call somebody who doesn't want to be disturbed. We grind every day. And so when I find a buyer that wants to like, you know, count my money and say, why are you making 20 grand? I'm like, why aren't you finding the deals yourself? So I used to be very nice, but I found out that you can't survive in this business if you're too nice. So finding motivated sellers. These are the lists. Pre-foreclosure list. You can get this at your county office, your county clerk office. The pre-foreclosure list, they're always there. They are posted on the walls. It's an appointment of substitute trustees, the same thing. All these are public. In fact, the first 4 are all public information that you can find at your county. You can go to your county clerk's office, say, please, where are the pre-foreclosures posted? And they'll tell you. If it's not in that particular building, they'll tell you what building to go to. Tax delinquents, you know, these are people that are behind on their taxes, your property taxes. Okay, the city, it's on there. The city will post everything, especially when they want to go to tax sales. The city will post everything. Probates, divorce, when somebody dies, they have to go through the probate process. Even if they have a will, the will has to be probated. That has to be done at the courthouse. So all these are the first 4 are all in your county clerk's office. So even with just what you heard today in this 4-hour seminar, if you are the action taker, if you like, I get one thing and I just run with it. You know, my first rehab was a new construction. I didn't know what I was doing. I was lucky on the deal. I ended up making $60,000 on that deal. I was just lucky that I bought it in a good area, but I didn't know what I was doing. But sometimes that's what you got to do. But after I did that deal, guess what? It was a brand new construction. Now, if I saw a property with foundation problems, heck, I've done foundations before. If I saw a property that needs rewiring, that's what I did. I know what it costs because I've done it. See, I did everything in that one project, and I learned way more in that one project than I could have learned by reading a book. So absentee owners, vacant properties, you know, we talked about this. There are places you can find them. For sale by owners, of course, you can go to forsalebyowner.com. You can, you know, find those for sale by owners there and just call them up. Have a conversation. Have a conversation with them. Expired listings. These are properties that were listed on the multiple listing service that agents were not able to sell. And, you know, get that list from your realtor. Say, hey, call a realtor friend of yours and say, everybody knows a realtor. Call a realtor friend of yours and say, hey, I mean, can you get me, you know, list of properties that have expired or failed listings? I know in the East Coast, they call them failed listings. You know, failed listings in the last 3 months. Get the list, you know, skip trace it, find those people's phone numbers, call them. I saw that your property was listed on the market, you know, in sometime in September, and it didn't sell. And I mean, I'm just wondering, are you still in the market to sell the property? Oh yeah, we want to sell, but you know, we couldn't sell the first. Oh wow, really? Did you get any showings? Or I mean, why do you think the property didn't sell? Just have a conversation, you know, build rapport with them, let them like you, let them trust you. And then they say, you know, and then they'll ask you, are you an agent? Or I'm not an agent, you know, I'm a local buyer and this is what I do. And you tell them what you do. And it's a game of numbers. You're gonna have to make, you know, 100, 200 calls to get one person that will say yes. But if it was that easy, everybody would be making millions, right? So, but if you are able to do all that, that $10,000, $15,000 is definitely worth it when you get that yes. Code violation, that is also on your city counties at the county as well, code violation, okay? And then evictions, you can get the eviction list also from your, because when landlords want to file evictions, they want to evict their tenant, they have to go through the courthouse. So a lot of this list here, I mean, I would say 65% of them, you can start getting this list tomorrow. 65% of them are public information. There's something we call the Freedom of Information Act. You can get, it is a duty. I mean, it's a right. They have to give you this list. They got to tell you where they are because we have that right. It's called the Freedom of Information Act. You can fill that form and they can even email it to your email address. And when you get this lease, find those homeowners and have a conversation with them. So that is it. I know it took me a while to go through all that, but like I said, it's a 17 years of experience and learning. It's hard to compress it into 4 hours, but I hope that you found a lot of value in this. I do know it's a lot of good content. It's value, it's free, but trust me, this is what we charge 2,000 people, $2,000 for. If I'm actually going to sit with somebody and do a phone consultation with them, it's $500 an hour. So,
Thank you so much, Mr. Ayo. We really appreciate your time. I mean, it's a lot here. When we first got this the first time when we spoke on our meeting, we thought we wanted you to come and really talk to us for this length of time because of that. So we truly appreciate on behalf of our ministry, on behalf of our pastors, we say thank you for taking the time. So I just sent you on the like a private chat some questions that we received. Some of them you might have answered. If you don't mind, if you want to just go through them and see, maybe Pastor will come back and also speak some more if he has something that he wants to add. Also, if you I don't know if you see the one I sent to you yet. The questions that I sent to you.
Let me see. Let me pull that up. Okay. All right. So.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can stop sharing your screen. You can, so that you don't. I don't think you need to share your screen for that, right? So you just so you can read the questions and answer them.
Because maybe I might want to refer to some of the slides. When I'm answering them.
Okay.
So the question here, number one, it says, what about if you have 100,000 in a 401k? Would it be good to leave it there or invest it in other high yielding investment? That's a great question. Actually, I'm so glad whoever asked that. I'm so glad you asked that question. It depends on what you're getting, how much you're getting in your 401k. If you're getting 6%, are you getting 10%? Are you getting 4%? How much time do you have left? Are you a relatively young person or are you a young person? What's your appetite for risk? I can tell you that when we raise private money, most people get that money from their 401k because it just makes sense. See, one of the things about real estate, especially when you're doing rehabbing, and if you're going to be doing rentals, what do you have to lose? I mean, your 401k is not secured by anything. The market crashes tomorrow, the stock market crashes tomorrow, that 401k is going to be more like 201k. So, for me, other than the fact that, employers, would match that money, I mean, I would roll that 401k into a self-directed IRA, especially when you get good at finding deals like this that you can make 26%, 25% return on investment on. And guess what? The great thing about the self-directed IRA is this. When you move the money from that 401k into a self-directed IRA account, right? Now you're in control of your financial destiny. Now you can invest that property to go buy a rental property. Now, when you use that money to buy a rental property, you're actually not taxed, okay? But here's the caveat. When you buy the rental property, all the cash flow from that rental property goes into your self-directed IRA account. So essentially, all that income, essentially that property is in your IRA account. You can actually spend that cash flow, which is a good thing, because if you have it in the self-directed IRA, you can't touch that money, else they're going to whack you with some crazy amount of taxes, like 20, 25%. I don't remember what it is, So you just buy 20 properties and put them in your self-directed IRA, and all that income goes into your self-directed. You are going to be building wealth 4 times faster than if you leave it in your 401k. So other than the fact that the matching, I wouldn't do it. So thanks for that question. Second one, it says, how did you get a 12% return on the slide that says net return? Yeah, that's good. So that's actually a great question. let's look for that slide right here. Boom, that's Jane and John. So the 12% here is this, so Jane is earning 0% here. She's earning 15%. That 15% is 58,500. She does have a CD, but she's earning 1% a checking account. It's not 12. It's not the average of this. It's this 59,000 divided by your ROI is always your return divided by your investment. So if you do 59 divided by 50, that's 12%. So that's what she's getting on the average on this. And if you look at John here, even though it looks like John has 4 here and he has 2 here and he has 1 here, he's only getting 5,500. And 5,500 divided by 500,000 is like about 1%. So Jane is building wealth 12 times faster than John, even though they both have the same amount of money. So I'm glad you asked that question. Let's see. What is PITI? I think I already answered that. Principal, interest, taxes, property tax, and insurance. Do you do private coaching, mentoring, and what is the cost? What do I need to? Okay, being a private coach. Yeah, I do private coaching. I do mentoring. Pretty much, it's I do charge for it. I do know how much money you can make, and I just believe that if something can make you $100,000, and the reason I charge for it is, number one, it's my time. It's time I'm taking away from my business. It's time I'm taking away from my family, And secondly, I found out that when people don't invest in their own education, they don't take the information seriously. So when you have skin in the game, then you will want to, if you invest $5,000 in mentoring, guess what? You want to make that $5,000 back. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for people I'm going to spend an hour with over the phone, twice a week and pretty much not even get me any success, because my success is when you go out there and you get it done and you make money. I want to have you as one of my testimonials, So yes, I do. And there are different levels, there's a phone consultation. There's, the one that I give you 3 months of my time and we work together. We build a plan, a marketing plan, step-by-step process. I hold you step-by-step process on how to find deals, how to negotiate deals. If you're going through a transaction and you don't know how to handle the transaction, sometimes I could even come in and speak to the seller on your behalf. You can say, hey, you know what, my partner would like to talk to you, and and I will partner up with you on that deal. Let's say you got the deal on that contract, you can't find a buyer. How do you sell it? So those are things that mentoring does. So if you're interested in that and you want to talk more about that, you can just give me a call. It's my number is 832-377-0404, 832-377-0404. And so you just give me a call or a text and we can talk about that.
And tell him that pastor sent you.
Oh, exactly. Pastor's going to get referral fee too.
No, he's just going to get the pastor's discount.
That's a good one. So, who owns the property of a distressed seller? Who owns the property? I'm not sure if I understand the question, but if it's a distressed seller, they own their property. Obviously, they can't sell your property they don't own. But if you're talking about the creative strategy that we're doing where the seller is financing the deal to us, they are selling the property to us for $300,000. Okay, so we will go ahead and close. So the deed is going to transfer from the seller to our name. So we end up owning the property. The only difference is that instead of the seller walking away with $300,000 cash at the closing table after he signs, he's not walking away with $300,000 cash. He's walking away with a note, that an IOU, if you want to call it, that he and I assigned with terms of payment. So now essentially, you can think of it like he's selling the house and giving us the money and borrowing us the money to buy the house from him. Okay, so he is selling the house. He's just now acting as a bank. And so he's going to collect that 300,000 that he should have collected at the closing table. He's going to collect that money over time. I hope that answers that question. What is the benefit of paying extra towards principal every month? Interest. Because let's go to this slide right here. The banks, and I found out that when I was in the bank, I'm like, man, these people are making money. Everything you hear on the news, garbage. They don't care about us. But at the end of the day, this is it. If a bank is loaning you, if you have a mortgage at 4%, the bank, when I was at Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, actually, I did end up working for Merrill Lynch because they ended up buying Merrill Lynch. In the investment side, everything the bank does, they use data. They just don't make all this stuff. They use data. So the bank, we would analyze, so I was an analyst, right? So we would analyze the data, out of all the property that's sold, blah, blah, blah. So we found out that the bank knows that on the average, US people, homeowners only live in their house for 7 to 10 years. Now the banks make money from their interest, from interest payments. So if you this person is going to sell this house in the next 10 years and you want to maximize interest payment, then you decide to collect it up front. So the first 10 years, if you go to that site, fncalculator.com, just go and look at amortization schedule, put your mortgage payment plus your interest rate in there and do the amortization schedule. See how much every month is going towards your principal. See how much every month is going towards towards the interest. 70 to 80% in the first 10 years is going towards towards. So when that's why I argue a lot when they say, oh, your home is your greatest investment. No, your home is not your greatest investment. That is what they're selling us so that we can keep the economy moving. The dream of home ownership. Because if you sell that house before 10 years, you're not making money. Even unless you're in a place where the appreciation is high. But in a place like Houston, where the appreciation is like 2-3% a year, because Houston's so big and we have so much land to build, so the prices are not really going up that fast. You're losing money. Of course, fine. If you're renting, you'll be paying rent. But in terms of actual investment, your home is not your greatest investment. If you are going to be selling it in 10 years. Now, if you live in it for 20 years, then yeah, you will make money. Or if you still want to sell it in 10 years, then what do you now have to do? Stop making an extra payment, because then the extra payment is going to go towards the principal, not the interest. So if your mortgage payment is $1,500 a month, you might decide I want to pay $2,000 a month. Now that extra $500 is going to be hitting the principal. The banks they don't like that. Now they're like, wow, we finally found 1 out of 1 million that figured us out. But there's nothing they can do. But you have to be able to beat the system legally. So let me see. I think we have 2 more questions. I'm just going to quickly answer that. Is there a way to invest in real estate without actually being part of running it and still share in the profit? What company can be used to? Yeah. Sure. You can be a passive investor. I think I already answered that question in terms of, you can find an operation, maybe an investor that's buying and flipping, an investor that's rehabbing properties, or that's doing new construction. They're always looking for financing. So if you've got the cash and they've got the expertise, you can do a joint venture. You can say, okay, fine, how much you need for your next project? I need 200,000. Okay, fine, I'll give you the 200,000, and but I want a 30% split of the profit. We're not going to do any interest. We're just going to do a profit split. What if we do 70-30? What if if it's an experienced investor, it's probably going to be more like 70% to him, 30% to you. If it's someone that's just starting, obviously the risk is higher. You're bringing the money to the table. It's probably going to be around that 50-50. Sometimes if it's really, really someone that's brand new, you actually get 60% and he gets 40%. But I wouldn't advise you to go with someone who's brand new, because then they don't have the experience, and unless you are able to really analyze deals, and in that case, you still will be a little bit, active in the thing, because now you got to make sure that you're looking what he's doing and all that. But an experienced person is pretty much about 70-30 split. Or you can say, okay, I'm going to invest 200,000 into your operation. I just want to give me 12% every year. So you could be a passive investor like that. How does one have access to the distressed seller? We already covered that in the last slide. So, Pastor.
Oh my goodness, this is great. I really don't, I'm speechless. At times you think you know some of these things, and absolutely a lot of information. So I think that I really want to thank you, Mr. Ayo, for your time and for being so detailed. My gut sense is that a number of us will probably be reaching out to you because I know that there will be much more in terms of simplifying things when we are doing one-on-one, and in terms of understanding better. And I want to just advise everybody that this is a loaded presentation. It's loaded because it gives us the opportunity to find our own level, to find what works for us. I think he has been very explicit to give a whole lot of different levels, so that I was just sharing with my wife that different people in different families can be doing different things, as after they've looked at what time they have, what resources they have, how much risk they're going to take, almost like his last slide, how much risk I'm ready to take, and a bunch of other things like that. So that is the beauty of the presentation, finding your own level. And you can go from one level to the other as you become more savvy and as you know more. The most important thing for us is just to have the knowledge, digest, and to see where we plug in. Again, really and honestly, it's important to always pray before we take any step that we want to take. It's important to do a lot of knowledge, wisdom getting before we take any step that we want to take, and trusting that God will guide us. Please, for those that may not have joined us from the beginning, we say specifically that in the pursuit of all these things, always remember that we are doing this really not losing sight of the kingdom building business. We are doing this not just to be able to go out there and say, yeah, I'm a billionaire and all of those things. We are doing it to understand that we are called upon to fulfill a purpose, to build God's kingdom, and in the process of it, be able to pass on things to generations yet unborn. I'm sure Mr. Ayo will not be too distant from our ministry as we go forward, and there might be opportunities to bring him back from time to time to share his wealth of knowledge. I really want to thank where's the man of God? I think he probably dropped off. Again, thanks Deacon Sydney and Bishop for organizing these things for men, and for the women that were able to join us till the end. 4 hours is a long time, but thank you all for coming. I'm not sure whether Sydney or Bishop has anything to close up with.
Minister Scott, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. Maybe a few words for us before we round up, since I know you'll be off a little bit.
Yeah, I am actually still at work. I just logged in to make sure I didn't miss this, because as you guys said before, we had listened to him before. he was just able to just touch on some things when he spoke with us, but it was just such amazing, amazing information. And again, Brother Aya, thank you so much, sir. This was just truly, truly, truly amazing. As you know, our passion or we receive from our Father and the Lord that, you know, and he said everything. I don't think I have anything as much to add to what he just said, that, you know, God expects us to be blessed in every area. We have spent a lot of time, you know, being blessed in spiritual things, but you know, God's mandate to us is that we carry the blessing. There's so many times in Scripture we see where God talks about blessing. He passed it down from our forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and then he wants that to rest upon us. It's not just walking in the things of the Spirit, but God actually wants us to reign in the world, represent Him in all areas. So we pray that we will find the grace to actually begin to practice the things that we've learned. And I just trust that God indeed will bless each and every one of us abundantly.
Amen, amen. Thank you very much on behalf of the church, our pastors, our leaders, on behalf of the entire men's ministry. We want to thank everyone for joining today. We know it's been a long day, but we pray that it's well worth it. And Brother Ayo, thank you very much. I appreciate it for the many times that I called you. I know you were busy. You know, I see you walking about in your business, but you still try to answer. Thank you very much for taking that time, and even today for taking the time to, you know, be able to give us these words of wisdom. Like he said, if there's anyone that's interested in mentoring, coaching, he's available. I'm sure he already gave his number. Please reach out to him. I pray that we'll be able to take this and run with it for the you know, for kingdom business. Mostly, you know, just echoing what Pastor and Bishop and everyone else says, even Brother Ayo. We become millionaires not just for ourselves. We're supposed to be a blessing to many. So this is the beginning of what we have been called to do. So I pray that we all have a good day. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. We're sorry we took so long, but we hope that it's well worth it.
So I just want to make a shout out to, if you see your family and you don't recognize them, then they can fire you. So a shout out to Deaconess Chadare from a year from all the way from Baltimore over there. Thank you for joining us, and you stayed all the way through. Amen. And the beauty of this is that generations are listening. Andre, all of them, they are all listening. We are all hoping that you are all listening so that we can retire early. All right. so we hope you all listen very well so that you can retire us early. Amen. So I'm really impressed that a lot of the younger generation joined us. And
yes,
you can
start,
start like Jonelle and Shannon and all of them. So you can start your life very early knowing a lot of these things.
Amen. Thank you so much. Hey, young guys, thank you guys for showing up. Andre, Tosin, I saw Tosin coming in. I thought I saw Dami too. Even
they were all there.
Shion, I see you over there. So I'm glad that you are Jonelle, Shannon. Thank you guys for joining. It's very encouraging that you guys are interested in this, and you know, like we were saying before, you know, a wiser person, you know, learn from other people's mistakes. There's no mistakes here, just that you guys are getting wiser, getting this knowledge early. So I thank God that you guys were able to do that. And I want to also give a shout out to Mom, Minister Taye. Mom, thank you very much for supporting our men. You know, we know that you always make sure Dad is there when you know, when it's time to come. So thank you very much, and thank you everyone. Man, good job. We will not be meeting tomorrow. We'll give you guys a break for tomorrow. We'll be meeting at the end of the month. Thank you very much. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Para español, presione el 2.